Yeah. I just decided to boot this up for the first couple minutes of the Strem instead of going directly into a run. Partially because I'm worried Calamari Incantation is going to copyright match. I'm less worried that Nintendo Badge Arcade is going to copyright match. You know, probably not something high on their priorities list. Good morning, Stalkerbot. How's it going, Stalkerbot? I hope you're having a swell time. Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and open up my own Metante Stalker. Oh, hey, looks like I was right to not open... Oh my god? I actually just realized. I think it was my Streambot. Opening my Streambot that made the video. Remember when I mentioned before that there was this weird problem I had where the Streambot, or where the video on the capture program just like stopped working and I had to reset it? It happened the exact moment I booted up the Streambot. The exact moment I opened up that program. I think maybe there might be a conflict in there somewhere. Specifically opening up the Streambot. Well, I'm using Stalkerbot then. Thank you, Sam, for making a Stalkerbot backup for 3DS games. Yeah, good morning, everybody. We're doing Layton again. Missed the last stream, what happened? The most recent the most recent post-RNG run that we did got to, it got a little ways into the run, and we got to, like, to the nighttime chapter. And out of nowhere, friggin' I tapped on the boot to move to the next area, and then I tapped on the arrow that like, actually transfers you to that next area. And then I examined behind the area, the arrow. It made no sense. It was weird. Okay, I'm not sure there's any sets right now that I care super a lot about. Yeah, I guess these are Mario Maker ones, I think? Wow, this one sucks. I guess you just have to get everything for them to, like, roll off? I don't understand what's happening right now. Oh, I'm doing the Nintendo Badge Arcade before I actually do this. How do you get all these? There's no way I'm gonna be able to get everything in this set. Unless I get, like, 6 free plays in one day. This is a friggin' ripoff. I have no idea what's going on, which makes this a lot better. This is Nintendo Badge Arcade. It is a freemium, like, decoration acquiring system for the Nintendo 3DS. They added it really late into 3DS's lifetime, which is weird. Like, they patched in the ability to customize the 3DS menus, like, after the 3DS was, like, almost about to get replaced. Great, good, wonderful. But yeah, it's just a blatantly rigged claw game. Like, it's just so blatant how rigged it is. Like, the claw doesn't even friggin' grip. It's such a weird choice to do a freemium game and, like, explicitly make that freemium game rigged. On purpose. Just front and center. But yeah, you can pay like $1 for 5 plays, which of course is cheating, so you can't do that. You have to just play it rigged and get your friggin' free plays using this stupid practice catcher. Luckily, after they stopped updating it, like they did the last updates, they made it so every day you get 2 free plays by default, which is really good because the practice catcher, like, you get like 3 free plays at most if you're extremely lucky. So you get +2 on top of maybe 3 extra. Okay, so today I got 1 free play. So if this was before the last update, I would have gotten 1 movement of the claw. And keep in mind, your progress on these boards is not saved between days. Like, you keep the badges, but, like, the actual, like, this layout will reset each time. So if there's one that's like right here, that circle that has Rosalina and Ashley in it. In order to get that, you need like 6 plays, it seems like. Like, you just can't get those 2 badges without like 6 plays in one day. So, yeah, unless something really weird happens. Oh! Actually, I think if I had 1 more play, I could have gotten this. Because the Pikmin are blocking the way. So yeah, basically, I wasted my entire day today. All the badges I got are ones I would always automatically get if I managed to, Wait, what? No! No! I don't want to give you money! It defaults to yes, I want to give you money if you mash the A button. So yeah, I guess I'm doxing myself. Oh, I don't have sufficient funds. I have $0. You don't want to play after all? Yeah, just guilt trip the children into giving you money. That is a business strategy. Anyways, let's get into friggin' Layton. How's it going, everybody? So yeah, this is friggin' the worst, and I hate this. More Professor Layton. So I've made a promise to myself. That promise is, within 2 hours of the stream starting, I am not... After the 2-hour mark passes, I am not allowed to start any more runs, and I have to spend the rest of the day relaxing. My plan is, I will be playing Ryugaga Toku. Japanese Yakuza 1, if you don't know those words. That's what Ryu means. Ya. And Ga means ku. And then Gotoku, that's Za 1. Anyways, yeah, let's get into it. So the tap counter is stuck at 25 from before. That is the number of taps it will take for us to submit the RNG puzzle. So we're just gonna go at it. Try again. Have you followed the E3? I have not been watching the stuff. I've just been catching up on the announcements after the fact, which I think is a much better use of my time. Because so far, there have been no announcements, as usual. They just haven't announced anything. It's been like a dozen commercials for things I'm probably never going to play, and then plus 1 for one that I might play accidentally, but don't care about. I did have to jaw drop, though. I tweeted about it. Apparently, last night, they announced a collection of remakes of the first 6 Final Fantasy games, and an action remake of Final Fantasy 1. So, Final Fantasy 1, already one of the most remade games ever. They keep remaking the friggin' thing every year. They announced 2 remakes of it simultaneously. 2 separate new remakes. Now, we have to wait for the year when they announce 3 Final Fantasy 1 remakes, because that's where the bar is set.
Well, here's my guess. Layton's apprentice saves the day.
Oh, good morning, Bob Boston. You're doing a no-pause Breath of the Wild?
There we go.
And you hate me? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you don't have to feel obligated if you're not enjoying it. I did it because I, like, really friggin' enjoyed it. And, oh, and also exclamation mark money. But, like, enjoying it was a secondary benefit. Eventually, there's going to be more Final Fantasy 1 remakes than numbered Final Fantasies. And let's see, we've got NES. I mean, that's not a remake, but you know, just counting the versions. We've got Final Fantasy 1 NES, Wonder Swan, PS1, GBA, PSP, and I feel like I'm probably missing at least one in there somewhere. That's right, there was Windows Phone. Windows Phone. Windows Phone came out after PSP. There was a Windows Phone exclusive remake of Final Fantasy 1. Although, to be fair, I'm not sure if that was a port of the PSP game, or if that was actually a new remake. And to be fair, the PS1 game was, like an updated port of the Wonder Swan game, I think. Are there more Final Fantasy 1 or 7 remakes? Definitely Final Fantasy 1. Final Fantasy 7 got, like, got an updated port, and it's never even been remade. Yes, here are 7,000 remakes of this one game. Now give us your money. Actually, legit, I remember when I was a kid, we bought this, like, terrible, like, clear scam gaming handheld device. It was advertised as having, like, 200 games on it. All 200 of the games were, like, the same Tetris clone, but they counted every single possible combination of the difficulty settings as a different game. And that's how they advertised it, as having 200 games. Nothing scares me more than people who want a new Super Mario Brothers series. Not Galaxy or Sunshine, new Super Mario Brothers. I mean, legit! New Super Mario Brothers 1 and 2, I think were great. I was not a fan of the console NSMB games, but NSMB 1 and 2, both of those were super great games. Friggin' loved them. And also, I do not understand why everybody's just like, new Super Mario Brothers 2, clearly the worst in the series. But it's the only good one. What are you talking about? I think a part of it, though, is probably just because I'm not a fan of the multiplayer in the console games. So, like, that's probably a huge feature for most of the people who enjoy them. I haven't played New Super Mario Brothers 2. I actually definitely recommend it. It's very fun, and the way they make coin hunting as like a high score system, like, it makes coins actually worth something. Which is weird because a lot of people complain that the coins don't mean anything, and that's why New Super Mario Bros. 2 is a failure. I have seen that argument before, and like, but they do. They do, actually. You can ignore them, you can, but like, that's on you if you're ignoring them.
That should do it. Critical thinking is the key to success.
God, the simultaneous multiplayer is a mess. Yeah, that's the thing with both New Super Mario Brothers and 3D World. It feels more like the multiplayer is, haha, isn't it funny how this game is badly designed? Look at how unplayable this is, haha. That's the intended experience. You're supposed to laugh at how bad the game is. Even when I see people having a jolly good time playing it in Let's Plays and whatever, that's the spirit. They're just laughing at how bad the game is. I don't enjoy that very much, actually. Alright, let's go. You know what? Okay, so before we were always going with number 2. Someone says Lucky Weight 7. I hadn't asked the question of which one we were going to do yet. I haven't asked that yet. And then somebody yelled 2. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna do the same thing as before. I'm gonna do whichever one has not been suggested by the time 7 unique numbers have been suggested. So stop suggesting things before I ask the question. Okay, Bowsette is like 3 years old. I'm just gonna say that you suggested 3 there. I hate the number 4. Okay, no 4s. Okay, so 7, 2, 3, 4. 7, 2, 3, 4, 6. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That doesn't count. Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. And then somebody suggested 5. Okay, we're doing number 1. Let's go.
That should do it.
Nobody to blame but myself. Honestly, I would rather play a bad game than a just okay game. Like, at least it could pick apart a bad game. And okay, yeah, I love playing bad games. Yeah, I 100% do not care if the game I'm playing is good or bad. I just like playing games. So, if it's given me something to think about, that's all I care about. Even if that thing is, this is bad. But the thing about the multiplayer Marios is it's not very interestingly bad. It's just, haha, there's a lot of people at the same time, and the game just isn't designed for that.
The things we saw that day in the village.
That's the game. It's just the one. It's one note, and it just drags the entire time.
Because, you see...
Yeah, actually, yeah. It's just like Sonic multiplayer for me. Like, the thing is, the players are generally moving at different speeds, so inevitably... I guess it's a unique problem for me. I just want to run ahead. And then everybody else is like, oh, I want to have fun. And I'm like, yeah, what are you doing having fun? Excuse me, what do you think this is? Some kind of a game? We're trying to rescue the Sprixies.
This is, I hope, Saint Miss...
August, it seems she came...
And you immediately...
Oh,
If you say...
we should be nearing the town.
You got it. What in the...
Lady, she won't care to give it a go.
I will do my best.
Very well then, Lou.
Bad games are insanely fun to play with friends. I think I just don't like human beings.
Well, here's my guess. Layton's apprentice saves the day.
There we go.
Right you are.
Huh?
Anyhow, you'd best get...
Although I will know, I actually do legit enjoy watching people play games. Like, being in the room as they play the game. I think it's just single player game. It's just when there's... I don't know. I don't even know. It's just, I don't like it when I'm playing a video game and then somebody's like, hey, I'm playing the video game. And then I'm like, no! It's my game! You're in my game! Oh yeah, I forgot the voice for Luke in the American version is really bad. You think American Luke is bad? You should hear the Game Champ 3000 Twitch stream version.
Luke, here's my answer.
Another my point, it's fun to play a game by myself with friends. Yeah, absolutely. I think you're saying single player bad game. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like that. I like playing single player games with others. Also with an asterisk in moderation. If I'm playing an emotional game with a story, well, get out of the room. No humanity allowed. I'm feeling human emotions. Get out of here, humans.
That should do it. Critical thinking is the key to success.
When did this game come out? It's on the Nintendo DS. So, like, I'd say it came out between the Nintendo DS's release date and the Nintendo 3DS's release date. I know there is some overlap there, but I'm pretty sure this game is not one of the overlaps. That's okay. That one's not a big deal because that barrel is, like, really precise. Way more precise than almost anything else in the game. The main menu says copyright 2007. Okay, then it definitely came out in 2006, because remember, like, they always do that thing where they say the year is 1 year later. You know, like, Professor Layton 2007. Professor Layton NBA 2K7.
The things we saw that day in the village became a secret we would have to keep from everyone for the rest of our lives. Because, you see...
How did you arrive at that number, 25? 25 is the minimum number of taps to submit your answer in the weight puzzle, which is determined by RNG. So to save time on, like, actually counting out the number of taps and resetting the number every single time in the RNG puzzle, we just keep it at the minimum taps until we actually get there.
To whomever successfully looked that, but in the end, it turns out that...
Wow, that...
Quite, what a perplex...
It's... By the way...
But Luke,
Ha!
Hmm.
I hope ain't mistake.
Huh, it seems she came a...
And you immediately...
Oh,
If you say
we should be netting the...
you got it.
It's my dear friend G.
Give it a go.
I'll do my
Yeah,
best.
Very well.
if it wasn't obvious to anybody who's new here, writing more than one letter takes extra taps, so we have to be named a single letter. No, you are not allowed to be named nothing.
Well, here's my guess. Layton's
Japan was
apprentice
2007 and
saved the
everywhere
day.
else 2008. That's interesting that the copyright says 2007 then. Huh. You'd think the copyright would have to be, it would have to say like 2007, 2008, or that whole
You
thing.
best get...
Unless it does say that, and they were just saying it starts with 2007? Can you do the weights with RNG? Yep, that is the strategy. The way the weights work is there is a foolproof method that will always allow you to find the correct answer with 2 uses of the scale. And whatever one of the 8 weights that is the correct one is just randomly generated. But there is nothing stopping you from guessing. Because it does determine which weight it is when it loads the puzzle. At least, I assume it's when it loads the puzzle is when it determines the correct one. Because otherwise, that'd be weird. Why G out of all letters?
Here's my answer.
If you think critically, you may find a reason that I might consider myself represented by the letter G. I've never played a Layton game, but they look fun. Absolutely, yeah, they are highly recommended. If you're at all interested in brain teasers. They're a brain teaser collection, but with like all the charm that most brain teaser collections you would usually expect to lack. Like it's actually got like characters and a story, and it's like super charming and adorable.
That should do it. Critical thinking is the key to
Have you seen the
success.
movie? Yes, I have seen the movie. I barely remember it, though. All I remember is, like, they were on a cruise ship, and, like, Layton was... There was a moment where Layton grabbed a chainsaw, and, like, and then Luke was like, Professor, what are you doing with that chainsaw? And then Layton's just like... I think I've found a way to get us away from those wolves. I'll help! There's a Layton movie? Yes, there is a Layton movie in which Professor Layton solves a puzzle with a chainsaw. This is a factual statement. It's been so many years that I don't remember that at all. No, seriously. Seriously, it happens. Animated or live action? Animated. Also, thank you for the 100 bits, Astericky.
Another puzzle solved.
Actually, if you give me a second, I uploaded it to YouTube because I loved that moment so much. Oh. Whoops. I pressed the increment counter button. Control is the increment counter button, and it's also, like, copy and paste. Luckily, I forgot that the counter doesn't actually increment correctly unless I go into the settings for it for some reason. I'm just gonna... There we go, it's back at 25. How far in is the weight puzzle? It's the 5th puzzle that we come across, so it's right at the beginning. Technically, it's the 6th puzzle that you could possibly come across, but we skip one of them just so that we shave off a little bit from before getting to the weight puzzle. Okay, last time we did 1, so you know what? Let's just go in order. Let's go 2.
There we go.
Nope. Yeah, little known fun fact. You can know whether or not you got the correct answer based on the 3rd image of Layton or Luke. If you have the correct answer, they'll be smiling. If you have an incorrect answer, they'll just be perplexed.
The things we saw that day in the village became a secret we would have to keep from everyone for the rest of our lives.
Imagine it was 1. The cool thing is we'll never know what the correct answer actually was, so we don't have to worry about that. Also, good morning, Lolly Paparazzi. Thanks for joining. Couldn't you just get the correct answer first, then reset? Well, that wouldn't get me anywhere.
But in the end, it turns out that
Wow,
what a perplex.
it's by the way.
It was a really nice opening scene for a DS game. Yeah, it, when I was first playing, I was like, wow, this entire game is voice acted? Nope, just the first scene.
You got it. What in the...
Let you care to give it a go?
I will do my best.
Very well then, Lou.
Well, here's my guess. Layton's apprentice saves the day.
There we go. Now...
Right you are.
Huh?
Anyhow, you'd best gather your...
I remember not buying these games because I thought they were horror games and avoided them as a kid. Oh, that is kind of sad. No, don't even worry about it. They are definitely not horror games. They're like super charming and go out of their way not to like have anything too upsetting. Like even this first game, it has a murder mystery in it where the plot twist is that, well, don't even worry about it. Don't worry, it's not actually a very upsetting murder when you find out the details.
Luke, here's my answer. Every puzzle has an answer.
Someone should really make a Layton fighting game mod.
Go.
To be very clear, you mean somebody should mod Professor Layton in the Curious Village to be a fighting game. Not that somebody should mod a fighting game to include Layton. The opposite. How are you, Becca, and General Clux doing? I'm doing good. Rebecca is doing good. General Clux doesn't exist. Is the Layton Cross Attorney game good? I haven't played it. I wanted to play Ace Attorney in Japanese, and also Professor Layton in Japanese, and then I would play that in Japanese. That would be the big one. But, you know, I've never gotten around to knowing Japanese yet. And then the retro achievement sets for all the games are all, like, just the English versions, because of course they are. And of course, especially for Professor Layton, it's really difficult to play in a language you're not fluent in because of the puzzles. It's very important that you know exactly what the puzzle is saying. Similar thing for Ace Attorney.
Luke, here's my answer. Every puzzle has an answer.
Ace Attorney, it's even harder because you have to find a contradiction in a single word. Yeah, that's... Come to think of it, that's one of the big things that I have trouble with when reading Japanese stuff. Is something positive? Is something negative? Is it happening to or by something? Those are some very important specifics.
That should do it.
Yeah, I guess I don't mind it as much for Layton, because there isn't that much voice acting to begin with. And you know, it's I'm pretty sure it's pretty faithfully translated. But then, Ace Attorney. Friggin' hamburgers. I'm gonna reset because I tapped on the screen and it didn't accept my input when I clicked on submit. I'm pretty sure I just didn't press on the screen hard enough. But just in case, we weren't that far in the game. I may as well reset. For the sake of the purity of this made-up Pretensies challenge run. How is Rockman 3 Mr. Perfect run going? I haven't worked on it at all this year.
The things we saw that day in the village became a secret we would have to keep from everyone.
Otherwise,
for
just
the
going
rest
good.
of our lives.
Have you played the 4th and 5th games of Ace Attorney? I have played up to Ace Attorney Investigations. That was the most recent one I played, and I played all of them in English. So I played 1, 2, 3, 4 Investigations 1.
I don't understand.
But I suppose too, shortly after it's to whomever successfully looked that, but in the end, it turns out that
Wow, that
quite what a perplex.
It's by the way.
But Luke,
ha. This is, I hope, Saint Miss...
Huh, August, it seems she came across...
And you...
It's 2 a.m., so everyone has to go to bed. Okay, good night, everybody.
Should be nearing the town.
You got it. What in the...
She would care to give it a go.
I'll do my best.
Very well then, Luke.
Well, here's my guess. Layton's apprentice saves the day.
Might as well just say the 5th game scraps what the last trial the 4th game did. Seriously? They didn't even attempt to work with it? As long as there aren't nightmares of accidentally tapping the touchscreen, it'll be fine. I should probably mention at this point that I had a dream last night where I was attempting a minimum tap run of my life. You know the old joke everybody's all like, haha, can you beat real life without jumping? Ah! Yeah, no, I had a dream where I was attempting a minimum tap run of life. One thing I remember was I was trying to eat a salad, and I was trying to spike as many leaves of spinach as I could with one tap of my fork.
That should do it. Another puzzle solved.
I never said the dream made sense. It just happened.
That should do it. Every puzzle has an answer.
Have RNG weights been passed yet today? Not yet. We have yet to start a legit thing. What is the tapping sound? I haven't actually like been counting taps yet today, but I have it set as like the same sound as when you tap on the foot. It's that sound. I play that sound.
Luke, here's my answer. Critical thinking is the key to success.
Are you avoiding most hint coins? The only hint coin we get is the one for the hint coin tutorial just because it's required. There's no reason to get any more. In fact, there's a very good reason not to. You have to tap to get them. Right. Number 4.
Yeah, Muley.
That should do it.
Oh my, that's a Muley cat right there.
How many RNG puzzles are there? Thankfully, only the one. This is the only one that's actually on the route. There's another one that is a variation of the same puzzle that is a bonus puzzle that is not in the main game.
Things we saw that day in the village became a secret we would have to keep from everyone.
So after the weight puzzle, runs only die if you explicitly mess up. Essentially, yes. It is worth noting that we can mess up in ways that I would argue are not explicitly like the player's fault. Like the handwriting recognition stuff. Though technically, as long as you do the same thing every time, you would pass through. It's just sometimes the game does not recognize the cursive F. Sometimes the game thinks the cursive F is a T.
I don't understand.
But I
And then there was that one time where, like, it couldn't have been a glitch. I feel like that wouldn't be a glitch. But there was this one time, it was the last run that got past the RNG. I tapped on the boot to move to the next area, tapped on the arrow to move to the next area, and I examined behind the arrow. I did some testing afterwards, because, like, what happened? The only way that seems to be possible to happen is if I tapped somewhere on the screen that was not, like, a viable arrow, in which case the game would get rid of the arrows. And then immediately after doing that, I tapped where the arrow was. In which case, of course, it would examine that area because the arrow goes away. But I swear, to the best of my knowledge, I didn't do that. I just tapped on the arrow. Could be maybe my touchscreen is broken. I don't know. How are we even supposed to solve it normally? The RNG puzzle? You're allowed to use the scale 2 times. And the scale, it will, like, it will either... So, one weight weighs less than every other weight. All the other weights weigh identical. So, if you put, for example, one scale on the left, one scale on the right, there are 3 possibilities. Either the left side will be higher than the right side side will be higher than the left side, or it will stay even. And from that information, you will gain very specific knowledge about the 2 weights that you put on the scale. And essentially, there is a very specific method of measuring measuring this set of 8 weights, such that if one of them is lighter than the others, you will be able to single out that specific weight with only 2 uses of the scale.
Another puzzle solved.
So the puzzle is less find the light weight, and more find the method to find the light weight. That is the puzzle. Though as far as the game is designed, it can only really test you on which is the lightweight. So unfortunately, you can just accidentally get the right answer, but, you know, in the spirit of the puzzle, you're supposed to find the method to get the right answer every time. Mm-hmm. Yep, the later variant, you don't even know if it's lighter or heavier. I think they give you 3 uses of the scale, but also there are 12 weights. So it's just way more complicated. You don't know if it's lighter or heavier, and there are 12 weights total, and you only get 1 more use of the scale to account for that. But there is still a 100% foolproof method by which you can find the weight that weighs differently, with just 3 uses of the scale and 12 weights to consider. What did they smoke to make these weight puzzles? I'm pretty sure this is one of those puzzles that existed even before the game. I feel like this is just like, you know, one of them brain teaser things that has existed in real life. Like, you could probably just buy a weight set that's like, haha, trick weight set, find the correct weight. Or something. There are a lot of puzzles in this game that are just known puzzles and brain teasers that have existed for literal, like, billions of years. You see, in the Professor Layton universe, the origin of the universe was a puzzle.
That should do it.
Yeah, like the wolf and chicken one, and then just like sliding block puzzles in general. Those have existed for a jillions of years. God had a book of lateral thinking brain teasers.
Luke, here's my answer.
In the beginning, there were 2 gods who had an epic war. One, an almighty, omniscient being. And the other, Professor Layton's book of 135 brain teases.
The things we saw that day in the village became a secret we would have to keep from everyone for the rest of our lives. Because, you see... I don't understand.
Oh, but I suppose too shortly after it's to whomever successfully learned that. But in the end, it turns out
Wow.
quite what a perplex.
It's by the way.
Some, but Luke, I.
Ha! This is, I hope, Saint Mystic.
August, it seems she came across.
And you immediately...
Oh,
If you say...
we should be nearing the town.
You got it. What in the...
She care to give it a go, Luke?
I'll do my best.
Very well then, Luke.
That's the point. How much of the Layton franchise have you played? I played up to Miracle Mask. That's the most recent one I played.
Well, here's my guess.
So yeah, one game away from finishing the second
Layton's
trilogy.
apprentice saves the day.
There we go.
Right you are.
Huh?
Anyhow, you'd best gather...
I have no idea what you're talking about, Bacon Mage. Don't tell me anything if it could be related to Azran Legacy, because I haven't played that one. Also, in general, please be careful because there's gonna be people here who haven't played all of them. Like, seriously, do you really want to ruin the decapitation scene for newcomers? Because, like, really, nobody's expecting that decapitation. I can't believe Layton's the one who does the decapitating.
Another puzzle solved.
You know, it does make sense if you look back at the original game. You can really see Layton's final character arc just like, you know, being set in motion. It is worth noting that mobile phone game in the style of a crime investigation, it's not actually about Layton's son. It is about a woman who works for Layton's son. You actually play as her. Layton's son is actually your boss.
There we go.
True, but I couldn't be bothered to explain all of it.
There's an answer.
It's important. Layton Brothers is only about one Layton brother, and then the other Layton brother isn't there, and also it's not about the Layton brother who's there. It's also worth noting I haven't actually finished it. I only played like the first chapter, and then I got distracted. No! I forgot. I need to click on Percy. Whoops. Hey, who likes the opening cutscene of Professor Layton in the Curious Village? Golly gee, I can't get enough. The only Layton puzzle I remember from when my mom played it is the kids born in different years. Yeah, I think they've got a few of those birthday puzzles. Like ages and birthdays. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like, if my age was double your age, then your age would be half of my age plus 2, -7. But also, if you put the exponent of my age into the divided hypotenuse of your age's square root, then when is my birthday? The answer is always that their birthday is friggin' New Year's. Every single time. Either that or it's on a leap
I
year.
don't understand.
But I suppose too shortly after it's to whomever successfully loved but in the end, it turns out that
Wow, that
quite what a perplex.
It's by the way.
But Luke,
ha.
Do you have unguilty pleasure?
Mis-
Well, if it was a guilty pleasure.
And you immediately.
Oh,
If
I'm
you
not,
say
I'm not,
we should
I'm
be
not gonna talk
You
about my
got it.
guilts.
what in the-
she would care to give it a go.
I will do my best.
Very well then.
Well, here's my guess. Layton's apprentice saves the day.
Puzzles that I hate are the move the blocks to make away and the moving water and glasses. Actually, you know, it's weird, the moving water and glasses ones. Yeah, I remember them they felt ridiculously complicated as a kid. Now it seems weird that there are multiple of them because the solution for every one of those, like, I think there's 3 of them in this game. And the solution for all 3 is exactly identical. You do exactly the same movements between the 3 glasses. The only difference is the number of times you do that. It's like really simple once you actually understand what you're doing for the solution too. So like, why do it 3 times? The only thing I can think is to test if you actually know how to do the correct answer and you didn't just get it on accident. But why 3 times?
That should do it. Every puzzle has an answer.
Technically they're really easy, but I can't think of a correct way to solve them. It's really simple. You pour big into medium, medium into small, small into big, medium into small. And then you just do that again, over and over and over. Wait, I think I may have gotten that wrong, actually, when I was saying it just now. Big into medium, medium into small. Small into big, medium into small. And then big into medium, medium into small. Yeah, I think that's it. You just keep going in a loop like that. And eventually you'll be at the correct answer if you just go in that loop. Because essentially what happens when you go by that step-by-step process is the medium one will, like, just gain a certain amount every time that you do the cycle.
Critical thinking is the key to success.
What game is this, and what is the goal, other than minimum taps? This is Professor Layton in the Curious Village. It is a brain teaser collection. There's, like, a whole mystery involving an inheritance dispute. And you've got to solve that mystery. And also, while you're trying to solve the mystery, literally every single person in the entire village is like, I have 12 matchstick. The exact way to word it, I believe, is you're trying to solve the mystery of the golden apple, but along the way, every single person will refuse to help you unless you do their math homework.
There we go. Critical thinking is the key to success.
Can we talk about how the village being filled with puzzles has a logic, but in every other game, there's just puzzles? Yeah, it's a little weird how they do that. Like, I mean... Like, they built in an explanation for why this village is full of puzzles. But then you find out the entire world is filled with puzzles in the sequels. But, like, it's not as if this game existed on its own and then it got sequels. They were planning the sequels before this game even came out. They have a teaser for the sequel at the end of this game. I'm not sure if I did 5 yet, but screw it. We're going with number 6.
There we go.
Oh, have we abandoned 2? I guess I'll get back to 2. It's been a pretty lucky 2, hasn't it? I'll get back to 2 after I get past number 8. I'm not sure if we even did number 5, but screw number 5. I hate number 5. What is Professor Layton a professor of? Archaeology, I feel like? Apparently somebody already said archaeology, so that's probably right. I feel like that just makes sense. You know, like, you know, archaeology is the whole, I think it's archaeology. Because, you know, all of the old civilizations that he researches, they loved puzzles.
I don't understand.
But I suppose too shortly after it's to whomever successfully learned that. But in the end, it turns out that
Wow.
quite what a perplex.
It's by the way.
But Luke, I can't.
Nah. One puzzle of this game that I couldn't solve the first time I played is one where a character has a chimney, a candle, another flammable thing, but only a single match, and you need to circle what the man has to light first.
Care to give it a go?
I'll do my best.
Very well then, Luke.
Wait, this guy is the anti-Indiana Jones. There is definitely some Indiana Jones DNA in Professor Layton, yeah.
Well, here's my guess.
Like you don't know too much about the origins of this main character person, but they just show up and solve some sort of big self-contained mystery, and then they go off to solve another one in the next adventure that's totally unrelated. How does one solve the hat puzzle? You're gonna have to be more specific. There are multiple hat puzzles. Do you mean the one at the very beginning where it's like, one of these hats, the brim is the same length as the height? Which of that is that? Because I think the way you're supposed to do that one is by literally holding your finger up to the screen and just sliding your finger around. The thing is about that, even that's not really foolproof because you can't really guarantee that your finger's going to be exactly the same length when you move them. I guess you could like cut out a piece of paper or something and just hold it up to the screen, and that way, you know, it'd be guaranteed to be the same length. Yeah, I guess my answer is that the guaranteed way that you could do the hat length puzzle is you would need some sort of external measuring tool. Just use the stylus. Hey, no, that wouldn't work. The stylus is way too big. You would have to section off a portion of the stylus. And it's very unlikely that an exact part of the stylus is going to be the exact length that you need. Like an exact marked part of the stylus. This stream Game Champ backseats us. I'm sorry! Oh no, what have I done?
There we go.
I have become the very thing I despise. My own fan. That's right. Original model 3DS stylus is retractable. I feel like that wouldn't be a very good measuring stick, though. Like, you'd have to extend it such that you've got, like, 2 specific points on it. That are extended exactly the right distance, but I'm not sure it would hold, like, sturdy enough. But, you know, it'd probably be good enough. You don't need to be that exact to get a good estimate, I don't think. Though they are pretty close in distance. Wasn't this game originally DS? I mean, yeah. Yeah, we were mostly talking about how you would intended solve it. But I think what they would expect you to do is drag your fingers along. Like, they don't care that much. It's not necessarily very exact, and there's a decent chance that you could drag your fingers inconsistently and get the wrong distance, but, you know, probably close enough. How's the game series to you? The game series. The game series? The game series! How is the game series? Do you mean Layton?
Here's my answer.
I feel intimidated by this question. The Professor Layton games. Oh yeah, I love the Layton games. Yeah, they're very good, fun brain teasers. You know, I was actually thinking I would be replaying the DS games on Retro Achievements now because 1, this run got me back into them, and you know, 2, it's been long enough that my memory has been flashed of all of the answers, so I do actually have to think about them. There are still a decent number where I definitely remember the answers, but a lot of them I do get the actual fun of figuring out the answer myself now. Also, good morning, HGTW. Thank you. Is this a flawless game series?
There we go.
The alien puzzle. One hour and still no wait done? Yep, we've done about 6 attempts. Or was that did I just do 7? Did I just do wait number 7? I did. Oh, wow, yeah. So it looks like next one's gonna be 8. I'm gonna see if we rolled the 1 and 8.
Things we saw that day in the village became a secret we would have to keep from everyone for the rest of our lives. Because, you see...
God, I really hope this video gets enough views to justify all
I
this.
too shortly after its to whomever successfully looked natural, but in the end,
Like, it's really difficult to tell, because, you know, Professor Layton isn't one of those big bangin' heavy hitter game franchises. But I feel like the idea is stupid enough that people are gonna be interested, so it could go ways.
If you say...
we should be nearing the
You got it! What in the...
late. She won't care to give it a go.
I will do my best.
Very well then, Luke.
Well, here's my guess.
Exclamation mark waits. Might want to have something for that, yeah.
There we go.
Right you are.
Huh?
Anyhow, you'd best gather.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of responses from people being like, "Oh my God, Professor Layton run!" So I feel like that's a good sign. I'm guaranteed to watch it 50 times because I'm that starved for Layton content. Yeah, I can't imagine that there's that much Professor Layton YouTube content out there. Has Game Theory ever done a Professor Layton episode? Kinda doubting it. Just the 2 words combined, Layton and challenge, is intriguing enough to click. I'm actually planning on titling it. I might have it different in the actual written title, but at least in the thumbnail, it'll be, "Can you solve Professor Layton..." I think just Professor Layton's minimum tap puzzle. Can you solve Professor Layton's minimum tap puzzle? The thumbnail will have Curious Village, but the actual YouTube title, maybe not have Curious Village in it, because that's going to make it go really long. Yeah, I have to worry about min-maxing the title and the first line of the description. I think what I'd do if I ever did do the sequels is I'd just do Professor Layton 2, Professor Layton 3, Professor Layton 4, Professor Layton 5, Professor Layton 6, Layton 7, Professor Layton 7. Wait, is Catriella a professor?
That should do it. Every puzzle has an answer.
Aren't like 3 of the later ones prequels? I mean, yeah, but it's still Layton 4. A prequel is just a sequel. The pre-part only refers to, like, the real-world relativity of... Or the pre-part of prequel refers to the in-universe relativity of the series events. It's still just a sequel. So Layton 4 is a prequel, but it's still Layton 4. Catriel isn't a professor. Dang it. Yeah, a prequel is a sequel that happens previously, which is why it is my biggest pet peeve when I'm talking blah blah blah. I just played Final Fantasy VII. It was a fun video game. And then somebody says, yeah, Final Fantasy VII is great. I just played the prequel, Final Fantasy VI. There's so many things wrong with that. The minimum tap run in Layton 7 is 0 since you can play it on Switch. No, you can't play Layton 7, actually. Are you thinking of Layton 7 or Layton 7? Because Layton 7 was never released. I think you're thinking of Layton 7. Layton 7 was never on the Switch. Layton 7 was. Whoa, what is up with Layton 7? There is a spin-off exclusively for mobile games that was announced that was called Layton 7. It was going to be like a multiplayer thing for 7 players or something. Like, it wasn't called Layton 7 as in Professor Layton number 7. It was Layton 7, a Layton game concerning 7 people. The Layton 7. Yeah, something like that. But then also, they have made 7 games in the Professor Layton main series. So there is a Layton 7. Also, thank you for the 100 bits. What you'd expect. I've been sitting here trying to think of something witty to say, but I've got nothing. Aww. Don't worry, money is what you get if I can't think of anything to say in response either. I just love the money, thank you. Alright, Layton 8, let's go!
There we go.
If this is it, then... I was gonna say if this is it, then Layton 8 is confirmed. It will be in Nintendo's E3. But nope. Catriel's game kind of takes away everything that was charming about the Professor Layton series. I have heard a lot of lukewarm opinions about Layton 7, yeah.
Secret we would have to keep from everyone for the rest of our lives. Because, you see...
Like I hear they made it episodic. Like there's a bunch of separate episodic chapters, which is not inherently wrong, like, or bad or anything. But apparently they don't really do anything with it. So it just feels like, you know, there's a bunch of separate episodes, all of which are just have lukewarm conclusions. And then it's over. That is what I have heard offhand, second-handedly.
I don't understand.
Loophole. But I subtool shortly after it, though to whomever successfully that. But in the end, it turns out,
Wow.
quite what a perplex.
It's by the
And of course, nobody ever talks about the puzzles, but I do imagine 7 games into a Brain Teaser collection series,
And
you might be running dry on them brain teasers.
You got it. What in the...
She would care to give it a go.
I will do my
Also,
best.
I'm sorry about the parking lot, Regine Knox. I hope you get to a more comfortable position soon.
Well, here's my guess. Layton's apprentice saves the day.
The Switch version actually replaced a ton of the brain teasers from the 3DS version?
Right you are.
Wow, huh. I could see that happening because I do remember Miracle Mask. There were a handful of puzzles, I think, that actually made you use the 3D to an interesting degree. Like the one I always remember is there was a puzzle where you're supposed to like count the number of flags that appear in an image or something, and you actually need to look in 3D to be able to discern where the flags are relative to each other. It makes it a lot easier. Which was definitely cool. However, I will note, accessibility wise, maybe not the best idea. Like, I know multiple people who cannot play 3DS games in 3D. Like, legit, they just can't. Either it gives them headaches, or they just can't see it properly.
That should do it. Another puzzle solved.
I can't even remember what the 3DS 3D looks like anymore. It's like 3D. I don't know. It's like, I mean, I don't know. It's like the 3D. You look at it and it's like, oh look, that's there and that's behind it. I actually only have a 2DS because I wasn't really bothered for the 3D. I actually love the 3D. But yeah, I totally understand, like, not getting that much out of it. Me personally, though, I think it adds a ton. And I'm kind of sad that the 3D fad died out and nobody bothers with it anymore. Especially because now I've got an Oculus Rift, and if they released games in 3D, I can actually play them in 3D in VR, and it is an incredibly awesome experience. Played Virtual Boy Wario Land. I emulated Virtual Boy Wario Land and set it up so that essentially, in VR, I was just sitting in front of a 3D screen, and it was one of the most immersive 2D platformers I have ever played in my entire life. Like, God, I hate that VR is being sectioned off for just, like, roller coasters, and that's all anybody makes in VR, is just fancy roller coasters. Just make your 2D platformers in 3D, and let me play them on my friggin' Oculus. It is actually good, and I don't know why they don't do that. Playing Breath of the Wild in VR, like, it's terrible. The game was clearly, like, not built up to snuff. Like, it runs horribly, but it is still an amazingly immersive experience playing Breath of the Wild in VR. LOL, immersive 2D platformer? I'm being serious! I'm not even trying to joke gag! It is legit incredible! Like, like, because the way I had it set up, the screen for the Virtual Boy was slightly larger than my field of vision, so I was just there in the game, and if I look left and right, I would literally see more of the game world. It's so cool. Did you know Nintendo discounted their 3DSs not too long ago? I mean, I've got 2 new 3DSs. Do I need another one? I've got 2 new 3DSs and an original 3DS XL. Oh, they discontinued, not discounted. Oh. I didn't even realize that that happened that recently.
There we go. Every puzzle has an answer.
How are you recording this? Capture card? Yeah, I have both a US and Japanese new 3DS XL that have been modded with capture. So far, all I've ever used them for is I used the US one for the new Super Mario Bros. 2 run. Which, of course, that video did pay for both of them, technically. It's made enough for that. But I still technically have never actually gotten a work use out of the Japanese one. Every time I look at the stream and see Layton smiling, I get really excited thinking it was the scale puzzle. Oh, let's go number 8. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Layton 8 confirmed? Wait, did I already do number 8? I think I already did number 8 because I was thinking Layton 8 confirmed. Oh well. Okay, next we're going with 2. We're going back to 2. My siblings and I have a 3DS, 2 2DSs, and a 3DS XL, 3 of which are American, so we can purchase games when they come out in America instead of waiting for the European release. Layton 2 is going to be confirmed at E3. Let's see. I was looking into getting a PAL 3DS with capture card, but like only one guy is doing them and they always go so fast. Oh, somebody is actually doing 3DS captures nowadays? Like actual hard mods?
You see,
That's good to hear. I mean, it's less good that they're apparently hard to get your hands on, but as long as somebody's doing them. Wait, only for PAL consoles? Like, is it only PAL, or what?
understand.
But I suppose too shortly after it's the right to whomever success.
And these are hard modded. These aren't like just like the software mods, because people can. You can also do a software mod for capturing video. That's like a thing apparently. Guys in England intends to only do PAL. Oh,
If you say
PAL is Japan? No, there's generally video game consoles, if they're like region locked, they're separated into US, JP, and PAL. United States, Japan, and like everywhere else. I think it's actually like North America, Europe, and Asian territories. Though I think sometimes Asian territories are also separated. It gets complicated, but generally-ish. Just America, Europe, and Japan. And that's it. The 3 countries. As far as video games are concerned, Canada is a state in the United States of America. Honestly, region locking seems to have died out for games these days. Thank friggin' God. Because, yeah, I would love to not have to buy multiple consoles, thank you. Just because I like to have friggin' Japanese voice acting. All of a sudden, I gotta spend like $500 on the same game, but instead of people going, huh? They go, eh?
Luke, here's my answer.
Friggin' $500 eh patch.
Every puzzle has an answer.
What does 25 taps mean? That is the minimum number of taps in order to submit our answer in the wait puzzle. Yeah, I'm also really glad that, even regardless of region locking being a thing, a lot of game companies are starting to learn that, hey, maybe we shouldn't lock accessibility options like language behind where you live. Maybe every version of the game should have that.
Luke, here's my answer. Another puzzle solved.
It's like, it's still not standard, but like, at least, like, most of the big Nintendo games, they actually let you switch between the different language versions in the menus, and or by switching the console language. And if not that, at least they'll appeal to people of my particular interests. With the Japanese dub, but still English translated text because I'm too lazy to actually learn Japanese. I just want the aesthetic of pretending I know Japanese, you know? It's weird because the DS isn't region locked, but the 3DS is. Yep. It's such a weird decision, too, because, like, DS being region free, like, the big example is always going to be Elite Beat Agents. Being region free helped the Oenden series a lot, because Oenden 1 had huge import sales. And that's the whole reason they made Elite Beat Agents. Because they were like, wow, there's a big market out there, considering the market we didn't make the game for is buying it.
That should do it. Another puzzle solved.
Wait, actually, only original DS and DS Lites. DSi have some weird region locking. You can still play Japanese DS games on the DSi, as I assume that's very specifically only games made explicitly for the DSi. I don't know anything about it, though. But, like, I mean, you can still... I had a DSi, and I played Oenden on it, so, like... I'm pretty sure they can't retroactively lock games in any way. Like, that's just not a built-in functionality that they could do. Wait, how are you solving all the puzzles really quick? Well, I've solved them before. The information has not exited my brain.
That should do it.
Good morning, Empress. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. The Smash Brothers video was awesome. Thank you. I'm glad to hear. I am very glad to hear. That was an experience making that video. Oof. I really only want to do small projects for the next couple years now. Small projects like this one, which is taking 10 times longer than I expected. Good morning, Hamza.
The things we saw that day in the village became a
You could always keep
secret
trying the
we would
same
have
weight
to
each
keep
attempt,
from
can't you?
everyone
I mean, you
for the
could, but
rest
I
of
mean,
our lives.
functionally, there is no difference.
Because, you
Like
see,
the way that odds work. If we assume that the weights have equal odds, then there is functionally no difference. Of course, that is not something we could technically safely assume, considering this is a computer video game made by people with people-made algorithms.
I don't understand, Professor.
What?
Why are we
I was mashing the X button the entire time instead of A.
Shortly after his vote to whomever successfully loved. But in the end, it turns out that
Wow, that
quite what a perplex.
It's by the way.
But Luke, I.
ha. This is, I hope, Saint Miss,
August. It seems she came.
and you immediately,
Oh,
if you say,
we should be nearing.
Smash video is almost at 500k. Yeah, it's started to slow down on the view counts finally.
Very well then.
It was keeping the view counts up for a good while. That was great. It actually ramped up in view counts even a bit. I'm not sure if it ever explicitly ramped upwards, but it was clearly getting high view counts for much longer than a video normally would.
Layton's apprentice.
It was very clear that YouTube was not recommending the video very much in the beginning, but because it was performing really well, YouTube realized it had made a critical error in not recommending the video and started recommending it to more people. So that was good. Japanese and Japanese friendly has some different mechanics that might affect the run. Oh yeah. This is the US version. I explicitly chose before I started routing to like I'm going to find the minimum taps of the United States version of the game. I am not considering any other version of the game. It's just the United States Nintendo DS release. Because the different puzzles and also like how how Granny Riddleton's works, like it's gonna make a lot of changes. I'm pretty sure the Japanese version will be the highest tap version, just because writing in characters, there are far less Japanese characters that can be written in one stroke than in English. So I'm pretty sure that version is going to be the worst tap-wise, no matter what. No matter, like, what the puzzles we come across are. Just because of all the extra taps we'll get from writing puzzles. There are two Japanese versions? There is a... Wait, so there's one that has, like, the kanji without furigana, and then there's one that has the furigana? Wow. Huh. Is there any, like, functional difference between the two games? Apparently the friendly version, the furigana version, is used. Also, you're a Curious Village speedrunner. Hells yeah. So is it the case that the friendly version was released later? Because it seems like that would make the most sense, that like they decided to make a second friendly version after the fact. just going over it in my head. Is that the case?
Critical thinking is the key to success.
By the way, can you just double confirm for me, Ikuyo? Do I have to talk to Stashin in order to examine this hint coin for the hint coin tutorial? Because I'm pretty sure I checked that originally, and yes, you do have to talk to Stashin first. Okay, yes, you have to. Good. I was wondering, like, wait, could you just skip talking to him and just get the hint coin? Oh, but yeah, to finish what I was saying earlier, I decided from the beginning to start to just do the minimum taps of the US version and not consider the other versions. For the sake of, one, not having to buy another copy of the game, two, not having to go through the game in Japanese, which would be an experience. Three, it's going to be most accessible to viewers, if it's at least an English version. 4, I don't think it's going to be very fun having to route out the game 3 separate times. Or I guess 4 separate, apparently. How is your Japanese? I could definitely play Layton in Japanese. I definitely could. But it would be a slog of an experience. I am actually playing through, good example, I'm playing through Yakuza 1, the Japanese PS3 version, because that is the only version of the game that has achievements. Of the original game, not the remake. To be very clear. Yeah, I'm playing Yakuza 1 PS3, Japanese PS3 version. It takes me, like half an hour to get through every single cutscene because I have to, like, look up every single word, basically. It's the worst when there's kanji I don't recognize, because then, like sometimes there's just somebody says a word and it's in kanji and I don't understand the sounds they are making. So I can't even search by sound for the word. I actually have to find the kanji manually by hand. Oh yeah, because achievements came later in PS3's life, right? I mean, that's not necessarily related. It's just there was a Yakuza 1 and 2 HD collection that was Japan only. In the US, we only got Yakuza 1 and 2 PS2. And then, of course, many years later, the remakes. But I consider remakes separate games. So, like, they don't factor into this at all. But yeah, I wanted to play the Japanese Yakuza 1 for 2 reasons. One, we never got it with Japanese voice acting in the West. And 2, achievements. It's just, you know, I like to, if I can play a game with achievements, I'm going to. Like, I like the metagame of earning achievements as I play through the games I'm playing. Every game I play is part of that one giant metagame. But yeah, it's also just, you know, in general, it is a good Japanese exercise to actually have to play a game in Japanese and understand everything. You know, I'm just naturally strengthening my vocab and my reading comprehension and everything over time in a fun way. Basically, every 30 minutes of Japanese study I do, I get to punch someone in the face. That's my reward for studying. Apparently, oh, you're trying to find an RNG manipulation for the weight puzzle, but you haven't had luck so far. Yep. I would love to have some RNG manipulation, but it'd also have to very specifically be RNG manipulation that does not involve any extra taps on the touchscreen.
But I suppose too shortly after its to whomever successfully located but in the end, it turns out that
Wow.
quite what a perplex.
It's it. By the way.
But Luke,
Ha.
I was gonna say I can't think of a single other RNG puzzle in the series, the bonus puzzle.
And you immediately. If you say.
We suspect the RNG is seeded on console time when the file is created.
Care to give it a go?
I'll do my
I mean,
best.
I'm not saving the game, so I don't have a file, but I think I know what you mean. Okay, here's a question though. Do you think there is any number that is more likely than the other numbers, at least? Do you have any idea on that? Like, is there a number that is actually more likely to be the correct weight than the other numbers?
There we go.
No idea? Great. Wonderful. Thank you. That does help. Is this going to be like Yoshi's Island where you help out the speedrun community? I don't think I helped out the speedrun community. Like, that wrong warp I found I don't think is helpful at all because you can just finish the level in the time it takes to do the wrong warp. Why is the sound off? What? It's not? It shouldn't be. Is the sound off for anybody else? It's not. Well, that solves that! You have it on mute, that's why. It sounds weird? What sounds weird? Is there static coming from my mic? Because I can get rid of that by unplugging and replugging my mic. Actually, I should note, I'm literally hearing what you're hearing when it comes to the game audio. Because I'm literally listening to it through my headphones, going through the computer's capture thing.
There we go. Another puzzle solved.
Yeah, so yeah, we've been getting pretty unlucky with the weight puzzle. We're definitely at more than 8 attempts, and still have not gotten it correct. Been streaming for 1 hour 55 minutes. Ah, wow. You said no more runs after 2 hours? Okay, extra asterisk on that. I have to get at least 1 attempt in. I sort of assumed I would get at least 1 attempt within 2 hours.
Here's my answer. Every puzzle has an answer.
Come on. Big money, big money, big money, no whammy.
That should do it.
Yeah! Oh, finally!
Success.
We have an attempt! Okay, I gotta be real careful now. Oh, and also... I turned my microphone gain down a little bit. Is the audio still okay? Because I think I accidentally turned it up a little while ago. I noticed I went very red when I screamed. Okay, but anyways, yeah, let's go. Okay, we have done up to, that was puzzle number 6 just now. Let me get to where I am in my notes, and we can get back onto, the normal modus operandi. Okay, puzzle number 6 we just did. Okay, 2 taps to head north. Tap, tap. Now we do puzzle number 7. It is required. We talk to Ramon. Tap. How many more puzzles? Like 80? Okay. Fortunately, right after that, we have to get a very tap-heavy thing. So, 3, tap, tap, tap. 2, tap, tap. 3, tap, tap, tap. 2, tap, tap. 3, tap, tap, tap. 3, tap, tap, tap. 3, tap, tap, tap. 2, tap, tap. 3, tap, tap, tap. 2, tap, tap. 3, tap, tap, tap. There we go.
There we go. Another puzzle solved.
Why does the screen move after the tap sound? Wait, is the screen moving somehow? That shouldn't be happening. No, either way, 1 tap on the flowers. Tap. But is anybody else seeing the screen move? Four taps. Answer is 50. Tap, 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 tap. I meant the move. Oh, I am tapping the incrementer before I do the actual inputs in the game. That's just the easiest way for me to do it, to make sure I'm always incrementing it. Like, you know, keeping the number exact and everything. If I did them simultaneously, one, I could mess up the input in the game. Two, it'd be difficult to remember to do it every single time, for me, personally. So yeah, I'm always incrementing the counter immediately before doing the inputs. And I just group them together. So yeah, 2 taps to exit the area. Tap, tap. Next one will be from Matthew in the foyer. 1 tap to enter the foyer. Tap. One tap. Tap. Three taps to do the puzzle. Tap, tap, tap.
There we go. Another puzzle solved.
Okay. Next is puzzle number 10 in the bookcase. 1 tap, tap. Three taps. Tap, tap, tap.
How does this sound? I did it! Yes!
Okay. Next is number 11. That's the one that Simon gives us. 2 taps to exit. Tap, tap. We were waiting here for 2 hours.
Oh, you must be Professor Layton, I presume. It's an honor to make your acquaintance.
Oh no, the pleasure's all mine.
No!
It's really interesting to see English puzzles since I didn't play English version. Yep, there's a bunch of unique ones between both the US and PAL versions. Or, I guess North American and PAL versions, I should say. I don't know what they did for other areas of the world, but I assume they were all localizations of, like, one particular of the English versions for most of them. I don't know what they did outside of Japan and Asia. But presumably those were based on the Japanese version. Okay, let's see. Okay, so 1 tap on Simon. Tap. Okay, 4 taps. Tap, 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 tap.
Luke, here's my answer. Every puzzle has an answer.
Next is puzzle 110. Very specifically must be the top of the chandelier. Tap. Okay, that's right. Stupid turning match 1. After we do this one, I don't think we'll have to do any hard puzzles for a while. Tap, tap, tap. Okay, cool. Got it.
I think I've got it. Professor, I've solved it.
Okay, 1 tap on Dahlia to begin chapter 2. Tap. I assume you're doing these puzzles because you need a minimum number of puzzles for a point later on. Yeah, there are puzzle gates throughout the game. The only one we really technically need to worry about is the final one. Because, like, for all the others, we just naturally end up having more than we need because we're worrying about the final one from the beginning. We need to solve 75 puzzles by the time we reach the very last gate. And of course, we're routing it so that as soon as we reach that gate, we will have solved exactly 75. Tap. Okay, 2 taps to exit. Tap, tap. And preferably 75 with low tap counts. Yeah, I have routed out a way that, technically we're not doing all of the, you know, lowest possible tap ones, because there are ones in areas we don't pass by, and we have to factor in any taps it takes us to swap between areas. But all the ones we do pass by, we are solving all of the lowest tap ones. And we do actually go off route, because some areas do have puzzles that are just so lucrative, it makes up for the extra taps to swap areas. Okay, so next is on the rowboat. So 2 taps to exit. Tap, tap. One tap on Claudia. Tap. Just got 4 of the Layton games. I'm excited to play them. Ooh, you're gonna have a good binge fest there. Okay, 2 taps south. Tap, tap. One tap on Robot. Tap. Answer is 13. 4 taps. Tap, 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 tap.
Luke, here's my answer.
Village Box Spectre Future? I hope not in that order. I mean, don't let me make you play video games in release order. Just make sure you're aware that Future was released before Spectre. Do what you will. Okay, let's see. Number 17 is next. 2 taps south. Tap, tap. Two taps west. Tap, tap. Okay, actually we are doing the clock tower puzzle now. Tap. The answer is 34. Four taps. Tap, 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 tap.
Well, here's my guess. I did it! Yes!
Okay, one tap on Claudia. Tap. Wait, Layton Tron Bond has been drawn. Have I seen this? Two taps south. Tap, tap. No, I just drew it. May I see this, pretty please? One tap on Stashin. Tap. Answer is D. Tap.
How does this sound?
It's just a doodle, but do you want to see? Hells yeah. Just DM'd you?
I did it! Yes!
Okay, 1 second. I don't actually have Discord open, and I'm worried it's gonna mess with the thing. Are you able to just like link it? Are you comfortable with that? Because I don't want to risk opening Discord messing with the 3DS viewer. I've had the 3DS viewer get messed up by opening new programs. Okay, sorry. Okay, next puzzle is number 18 in the inn. One tap to enter the inn. Tap. One tap on Beatrice. Tap. Oh, by the way, everybody. Wahoo, wahoo! It's me, Luke! And I don't get furniture! Do I get furniture today? Yippee zippy! That's the funny joke, haha! Layton? Oh no! I don't get a stool! I'm so unhappy! Wow! I'm not gonna put effort into that anymore. Okay, one tap on Beatrice. Tap. 2 taps. Tap, tap.
There we go.
Wait. Oh no, that's 3 taps. I only did 2. Tap.
Every puzzle has an answer.
Could anybody test me on that? Did I only do 2 taps there? And then I forgot the 3rd tap for the submit? It's like, was that 3rd tap a necessary one, or did I actually do 3 taps originally? Because I think I forgot the 3rd tap first, because it was 2 map moves plus submit. I think I forgot the submit. Is anybody paying attention? Well, anyways, while we're doing that, 1 tap so that Luke is miserable. Wahoo, wahoo. Oh my god! Ah, oh my god. Can I show it? Can I show it on stream? Can I please show it on stream? Yes. Oh my god. This was drawn by Lollipaparazzi, aka Yarshmellow on Instagram. That is their Instagram. As soon as I figure out how to use a computer. Oh no! Instagram doesn't let you download stuff. I won't be able to actually show it on here. I mean, I guess I can wiggle room around. No, that's right. I can't because also Chrome doesn't let you window capture it. Screenshot? I can't screenshot because screenshotting involves the control key, and I mapped control to increment the tap counter. Well, it's at that link. It's at that link the Lollipaparazzi posted in the chat. So there you go. It looks amazing. I'll show it on the next stream. When I actually get the chance to download it. Thank you so much. I love it. You are an amazing artiste. Oh, a Tumblr link. That works too. There we go. I can just click and drag that. Bam. Never mind about next stream. Here it is. It's Professor Braun to Layton. Yeah, she's got a magnifying glass and everything. That's how you know she's a professor who solves puzzles. Yeah, like 15 heart emojis, thank you. Okay, gotta make sure I am where I am. I already solved Beatrice's puzzle there. That was a matchstick moving one. It's the dustbin one. Oh, I wanted to check if I incremented the tap counter correctly. I'm just gonna look at the recording because I wasn't getting a conclusive answer. So I think nobody was paying as much attention as I wasn't. Day is the 14th. There we go. Oh my god! I'm doing that. Okay, I'm pretty sure I definitely did tap correctly there. Like, I forgot the 3rd tap and then tapped it after the fact, because I see it went from 116 to 118. Yeah, it went from 116 to 118. Yeah. Okay, good. I did catch it. So we should be good. We were at 120. including the furniture afterward. Okay, 2 taps to exit. Oh wait, I should also check. The next one will be puzzle number 20. Okay, so 2 taps to exit. Tap, tap. Two taps north. Tap, tap. Oop, I'm not recording. I need to record. It's not a big deal because I do have a lot of footage of this early stuff. And it's easier to get replacement footage if I really need it. Like, the whole run will be archived just because I'm streaming it anyways, but still. Yeah. Number 20, that's from Polly to the west. So 2 taps west. Tap, tap. Also, morning P2. It's going good. We are in an actual run now. The only run of the day. We were in RNG hell for a while. 1 tap on Polly. Tap. Do you mind me asking what mic you use? It's just like a general Blue Yeti. Not any super model of it, just the normal one, I guess. I got it a few years back, so they've probably got better models now. I didn't want to take any big risks or anything with getting a model that wasn't a known name. I have heard from audio files that, like, the Blue Yeti, more like the Blue Subpar Eddie. But, like, I mean, I just needed a microphone. It's a microphone. It works. Will this end up being a YouTube vid? Exclamation mark money. Okay, so this one's a 4-tap puzzle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. 4 taps. Tap, 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 tap.
That should do it.
Wait, it's possible to get money from YouTube?
Puzzles.
Don't tell anyone. If people know, then I'll have competition.
Okay, number 21 is also from Polly. Tap. Answer is 8, 3 taps. Tap, tap, tap.
There we go.
Did you manage to get past the weights puzzle by guessing? Yep, I would not be here if I didn't get it correct. It's minimum tap, so, like, I have to get it first try by guessing. Okay. Next is number 111. That is from the restaurant sign. Tap. Is that what killed the previous 4 attempts? No, that's what killed, like, the previous 20 attempts. I only count an attempt if we get past the RNG. So essentially, this is attempt number 5. We're not counting any of the RNG failures. Okay, that's 2 taps. Tap, tap.
How does this sound?
Layton's apprentice saves the day!
What made you choose this particular Layton game? Well, it was a really complex balancing act. See, on the one hand, you know, and the sequels, the systems are like more robust. They really figure out what they were doing, and it's ironed out and streamlined. But then on the other hand, Professor Layton and the Curious Village is the one with the one number that's like the first one that you do first. And so I had to ask myself, am I going to do the first one, or am I going to do the second one first? I decided to do the first one first. Okay, next is number 22 from Agnes. Tap. You're telling me one comes before two? Oh my god, don't say that! That spoils like 15 different puzzles in this game. 4 taps. Tap, 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 tap.
Well, here's my guess. Professor, I've solved it!
Okay, next is number 26. Two taps to move north. Tap, tap. One tap on the jug. Tap. Says you've done 18, not 21. When I say the numbers that's like the number of the next puzzle, I'm referring to the actual number in the game. Like it says this one is number 026. Okay, so next, so this answer is 59. Tap, 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 tap.
Well, here's my guess. Professor, I've solved it!
How long is this game? Like if we're just being careful, it's like 2 to 3 hours. If we already know all the answers. Like I'm not speed running. Speedrunners can do it in like an hour and a half apparently. So I guess more accurately 3 to 4 hours. Because I'm being very careful. Okay, we just finished number 26. One tap on Claudia. Tap. Well, for a normal speedrun, they aren't limited by the taps. They're also trying to go fast, as opposed to me, I am trying to go slowly. Explicitly, going slow is one of my goals. Because, you know, if I go fast, I'm more likely to make mistakes. Wouldn't a speedrun want to do less taps as well? I mean, theoretically, sort of, but no. It doesn't really math out that way. Like, you want to do whatever puzzles that you can get your hands on as fast as possible. A tap doesn't take very much time. Cycling through dialogue like this, that takes time. Because, like, you can do 5 taps in, like, a second. It's not a big deal. Okay, so, okay, so 1 tap on Matthew, he'll give me number 28. Tap. Prove it? Prove that the next puzzle is number 28 from Matthew? Well then, I guess I've done it. I have solved your what is happening in the game puzzle. 2 taps. Tap, tap.
That should do it. Another puzzle solved.
Okay, next is going to be number 29. That's in the... that is going to be in the parlor from Chelmy later. 1 tap on Chelmy. Tap. This is just dialogue, not the actual puzzle. We're going to be switching from areas a little first. Is there a theoretical minimum taps? I have found a theoretical minimum, sort of. It's somewhere around 811. I think it might actually be 812, and that's assuming that I made no other mistakes, which I suspect I may have. I'm trying to be as careful as possible, but human error. And that's also, of course, assuming I didn't miss anything in my planning phase. I suspect there could have been some really stupid mistake I made, and there's actually ways to save even more taps. Okay, 1 tap on Matthew. Tap. And then we'll be entering Dahlia's room. I'm sure the YouTube comments will shout at you about things you could have done. Oh my god. I just know there are going to be comments just blatantly just coming straight out and asking, why don't you just move with the D-pad? You think I didn't think of that? You think I went and did put in 100 hours into this baby? And then I didn't think, oh, maybe I can move with the D-pad? Two taps north. Tap, tap. One tap on Dahlia. Tap. But yeah, no, I think if taps are going to get shaved off, it's from routing. Just like, maybe there's an area I could move into, and like doing that would like save 1 tap in the long run, like if you math it out. I would not be surprised if there's a situation like that. I don't think there is, because I think I have factored all of those in, and they would either be equal to our current route or less lucrative than our current route. Okay, 2 taps to exit. Tap, tap. Yeah, I will always point this out for anybody who's new. For some reason, this is the only instance of this, I believe, in the entire game. You are required to examine the photo in order to proceed with the plot. But if you try to exit the area, Luke and Layton will automatically examine the photo while walking out of the room. They will not stop walking out of the room. They will moonwalk out of the room while examining the photo. Every other instance where they're forced to auto-examine stuff when you leave, they will just stay in the room. It cancels the walking. But that photo, that's the one where they're like, yeah, we don't need to stay here. We can examine that from afar. Okay, 1 tap on Chelmy. Tap. Answer is 1. Tap, tap, tap.
That should do it. Every puzzle has an answer.
Okay. Next is number 30. 2 taps south. Oh, no, whoa! Not 2 taps south, 1 tap on Dahlia. That was close. Tap. She has important dialogue. If I tried to leave, that would have ended the run. That would have been 1 extra tap. Now 2 taps south. Tap, tap. One tap on Matthew. Tap. Two taps south. Tap, tap. One tap on Claudia. Tap. Two taps south. Tap, tap. One tap on Agnes. Tap. Two taps to solve. Tap, tap.
That should do it. Critical thinking is the key to success.
Next is number 31. That is from Marco in the next area. Two taps south. Tap, tap. One tap on Marco. Tap. We'll give plot dialogue first, then we tap on him again for the puzzle. What is the basic plot of this game? Professor Layton is famed for being good at brain teasers, so they call him in to settle an inheritance dispute. The inheritance dispute is that in the will it says, "Find a golden apple!" That's it. That is the plot. One tap on Marco. Tap. Three taps. Answer is 1. Tap, tap, tap.
here's my answer. Critical thinking is the key to success.
Okay, now we enter the general store for 3 puzzles. 1 tap to enter. Tap. 1 tap on stools. Tap. Yeah, this is one of the times I mentioned when we actually do go off-route. You never have to enter the general store, but there are 3 puzzles in here that don't take very many taps, so it is ultimately worth it. And it only takes 3 taps to enter and exit total. 1 tap to solve. Tap.
How does this sound? Professor, I've solved it!
One tap on the candle. Tap. Three taps to solve. Tap, tap, tap.
How does this sound? Professor, I've solved it!
One tap on candle. Tap. Two taps to solve. Tap, tap.
Well, here's my guess. I did it! Yes!
Oh, hey. Hey, everybody. It's me, Professor Layton. Do you want me to be abusive today? Am I going to neglect this child? Wahoo, wahoo. Yes. Wow. Amazing. Two taps to exit. Tap, tap. Guess which 6th season of what Netflix show I finished today? The Super Mario Bros. Super Show. Okay, next is number 35. That is the one from Deke. Two taps west. Tap, tap. One tap on Deke. Tap. I mean, the 6th season is the final season of that show. The 6th season is the final season of the Super Mario Bros. Super Show? Oh, no. Oh, you finished BoJack Horseman. Oh, my God. How did that feel? BoJack Horseman has a finale. 3 taps. Tap, tap, tap.
Luke, here's my answer. Another puzzle solved.
Yeah, BoJack Horseman, legit one of my favorite shows of all time. Okay. Next up, number 36 from Cat and Mouse. Tap. 6 I'd say is probably the best season, and when I finished the final episode, I was actually kind of relieved that I finished such a wild ride that would only take about a day to finish. 3 taps. Tap, tap, tap. I am very glad you enjoyed.
I think I've got it.
The second to last episode is so good, Vat of Acid robbed it. I know, right? What? Vat of Acid episode was an okay, good episode of Rick and Morty. View from halfway down? What's the comparison? The View from Halfway Down. It's the Rick and Morty episode, the Vat of Acid episode. That episode like beat the View from Halfway Down BoJack Horseman episode for one of them award ceremonies for a grammar. They won in the spelling bee. The Vat of Acid episode beat the View from Halfway Down in a spelling bee. The grammar spelling bee. Crap, did I do 2 taps to go north yet? Oh my god. Whatever, 2 taps to go north. Tap, tap. Tap on Agnes. Tap. Which episode are you talking about? Vat of Acid episode or The View from Halfway Down? Both of them. They are both subjects in this conversation. 2 taps. Tap, tap.
How does this sound? Professor, I've solved it.
Okay, next we're going northwest. Doing puzzle number 101 next. 2 taps northwest. Tap, tap. One tap on the left column. Tap. Three taps. Tap, tap, tap.
I think I've got it.
What are your opinions on the artist Banksy? I have never heard of Banksy. I'm sorry, Banksy. Okay, next is number 40, which that is from Archibald right here. Tap. Four taps. Tap, 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 tap. I was a little worried with that first one. It looked sort of 9-ish.
Critical thinking is the key to success.
Two taps to head east. Tap, tap. One tap on Jarvis. Tap. Okay, 2 taps south. Tap, tap. 1 tap on Gerard. Tap. Okay, 3 taps. Tap, tap, tap.
There we go.
Morning, Caitlin. How's it going? Thank you for the good luck. Definitely need it. We're almost getting to the cursive. Okay, next is number 38 from Zapone. 2 taps south. Tap, tap. 1 tap on Zapone. Tap. Two taps to solve. Tap, tap.
Luke, here's my
I know nothing about this game, but I fear cursive. It is the only reliable way to write the letter F in one stroke. And one of the puzzles, the answer is the letter F. Which is the better way to support you financially, Patreon or Twitch? Like, which is better for me? Definitely Patreon. Twitch, if you give bits, then Twitch takes like a 50% cut, something like that. Patreon, it's more like friggin'... It's a lot lower than that. Very small percentage from Patreon. Let me put it this way. Twitch, you get to donate to Twitch, and they give a portion to the person you want the money to go to. You know, just like a consolation prize in exchange for your donation to Twitch. Patreon is actually legitimately a service where you give money to the creator. Though, of course, I think always the best way, no matter what, is just going to give me money directly. Like doing the direct donations. There's a link on the Twitch page. But you know, Patreon, you get to accidentally give me money every month after you forget I exist. So there's a lot more in it for me there. Okay, we just did Zapone's. So next is number 25, which is in the restaurant. So, 2 taps south, tap, tap. 2 taps south, tap, tap. Here's the thing about that absolute. The end result is not what the game reads. The game reads your actual strokes. So if you are not doing the letter strokes in like one of the recognized really common ways to write that variation of the letter, then the game will not know what you're doing. So even if like you are perfect in doubling back on the F, the game will just see you doubling back and think you're actually writing a letter that involves, like, crossing over itself like that. Which isn't gonna be an F. Two taps west. Tap, tap. Yeah, I definitely need to remember to explain in the video that the game reads strokes. It does not just read the final product, because I know a lot of people are just going to be like, why don't you just double back? A lot of people are still going to say that even if I mention the explanation in the video, but at least the majority should get the message if I literally say the message. Okay, one tap on the door. Tap. One tap on flick. Tap. Why is it sometimes you have to tap a certain number of times and then entering a random number? I'm not sure what you mean. It's just the answer to that puzzle is that number that I'm writing. Okay, this is solved in 4 taps. Tap, 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 tap. That one's perfect.
Luke, here's my answer. Critical thinking is the key to success.
I increment the counter before I actually make the inputs in the game, if that's what the question was. That's just the simplest way to increment the counter without messing myself up. Okay, next is number 46. That'll be a little while. That is actually, if we get to 46, we'll be farther than the prior attempt. I'm pretty sure. Okay, one tap on crouton. Tap. I may get banned, but it was worth it. Did Moopits just post hentai? Because I'm definitely not clicking that link. Click it. Wow, that's... It's not a good, Okay, it's something they wanted to get banned for. Should I ban Moopits? No. So... Did you want to get banned or not? Because if you say, I may get banned for posting this link completely unsolicited, it sounds like you want to get banned. But, like, I don't got context here. Yeah, I guess I'll time you out. That seems like the safe thing to do. In the future, please don't do that. Okay, one tap to not save. Tap. Okay, we're now at Park Road. 45 is available. We're not doing it. 2 taps east. Tap, tap. One tap on Gerard. Tap. Two taps west. Tap, tap. Okay, here is where the last run ended. 2 taps north. Tap, tap. Yeah! New personal best! Oh no, technically the personal best is reaching the cursive F, so not technically personal best yet. Tap. Why did last run end here? Honestly not sure. When we tapped on the arrow, we examined behind the arrow. It was really weird. It didn't seem like that should have happened. It just sort of happened. Okay, this one is actually 6 taps to solve. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Luke, here's my answer. Critical thinking is the key to success.
Gee, Professor, I would like a stuffed bear. I am mean. I do not want to give you the stuffed bear. I like stuffed bear. Oh, geez. I wonder if the chat will decide if I'm happy, or if Professor Layton will be happy. Oh. Layton. Hooray. I am Professor Layton, and I have a teddy bear. Oh no! I am Professor Luke, and I do not have a teddy bear. Wah! 2 taps south. Two taps east. Tap, tap. 2 taps south. Tap, tap. Okay. This one is actually a tough one. I forgot about this one comes before the cursive F. We have not messed it up so far, but hey, looks like I just jinxed it. 1 tap on the end sign. Tap. Okay, so it's 4 taps to solve. Tap, 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 tap. Nice. I will note, like, I think every single time I've turned the matchstick I wasn't trying to click on.
Professor, I've solved it.
Alright. Next is number 47. That'll be from Gerard. 1 tap to enter the inn. Tap. Two taps north. Tap, tap. 1 tap on Gerard. Tap. Two taps. Tap, tap.
That should do it. Another puzzle solved.
Alright, next is in the clock tower area to the north. Oh gee, will I have a rug? Oh gee, will Luke have a rug? Wow, it's such an interactive Twitch stream we have here. Somebody said no. I don't know if that means... I don't know. Does that mean Luke doesn't get the rug? Luke doesn't get the rug. Tap. Oh no! I like rugs! My defining character trait is sleeping on rugs! Ah! 2 taps. Number 48 is from Cat and Mouse. Tap. Answer is 5. Tap, tap, tap. Oh, thank you very much for whatever that is. Thank you very much for the $4.08, Kage Bawate. Try taking some of this, Twitch. Haha, I get it. It's because you gave money to me instead of Twitch. Thank you. Okay, number 49. This is from Lucy. Tap. Answer is M. Tap, tap, tap.
There we go.
All right, here we go. Cursive F time. Oh, gee! I hate books! I love books. I am Professor Layton, and I love books. Oh, gee! Which one of us will get the bookcase for the books? Wow! Luke! Tap. Hooray! The one thing I don't even friggin' want! Woohoo! I can sleep on the bookshelf! Two taps north. Tap, tap. Alright, 1 tap on Marco. Tap. Cursive friggin' F time! If we get past the cursive F, then we will have a new personal best. The farthest without a mistap. Curse of F, I get it. Okay. Tap, tap, tap. Yeah! There we go! Trick is to do the backwards bottom loop.
Every puzzle has an answer.
Okay, just because I know I'm gonna remember I just did the cursive F, I'm gonna know exactly where I am in the run. Oh, wait. 1 tap on, well, whoever gets a burrow! I don't even know what a burrow is, but I can probably sleep in it! Please, chat, don't give Luke the burrow. If... Thank you. Tap. Oh no! How can I ever live without a burrow? Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Bathroom break. I'll definitely know that I've already talked to Marco, considering. Good morning. I got a granola bar and some water. Both of them at the same time. The water hydrates me, and the granola bar granoliates me. Okay. We did the Curse of F! Wahoo wahoo! It's a me, Mario. Thank you for the subscription, Reginanox. Okay. So number 50 was the Curse of F. Next is number 106, which is in the cafe. Okay, 1 tap to enter cafe. Tap. One tap on the bottom bottle on the side. Tap. The sub is my early B-Day gift to myself. You gave money to me as your birthday gift to yourself. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for your gratitude to yourself. 3 taps. Tap, tap, tap.
Well, here's my guess. Layton's apprentice saves the day.
Okay, next is number 51 from Zapone. Tap. One tap to solve. Tap.
Well, here's my guess. Professor, I've solved it.
I enjoyed it very much. Did it today since I don't know if you'd stream tomorrow. I mean, I might. Depends on if I finish the run today. Oh, wait a second. In case I don't stream tomorrow. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Reginanox. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Reginanox. Okay. We've got 3 puzzles coming up next, but first, 1 tap on Crumb. Tap. Alright. Now, 2 taps to exit. Tap, tap. We are taking a detour instead of going directly to Prosciuttos. 2 taps northeast. Tap, tap. Yeah, this detour is just barely worth it because all the puzzles, when we add up the 3 puzzles we get here and compare it to the 4 tap sacrifice that it takes to go through, we solve all the puzzles with an average of slightly more than 3 taps per puzzle. Which we do actually have to dip into the 4 taps that are on the main route. So we do make a profit here by getting the 3 puzzles that are, like, off to the side here. Okay, one from Agnes. Tap. One tap on C. Tap.
Well, here's my guess. I did it! Yes!
Next is from Giuseppe. Oh, whoops. Oh, gee. Who will get the television? I don't even know what a television is. I'm not sure it was invented in the time period this game takes place. Layton. I didn't even get to say anything! Clearly I don't care about the television, so I'm fine with this! Tap. One tap on Giuseppe. Tap. Two taps. Tap, tap.
How does this sound? I did it! Yes!
Okay, 2 taps east. Tap, tap. One tap on Polly. Tap. Oh god, that's right. This one, we could lose the run here if the game is being a stickler. But, hopefully not. 2 taps. Tap, tap.
I think I've got it!
Thank God.
Professor, I've solved it!
There is one more of those draw the outline ones, and I have had it happen. It happens less often than not. But sometimes it will just, you will outline it and it looks fine. Like no less fine than it usually does. And the game will just be like, wow, what an idiot. I can't believe you really thought that was where the thing you were trying to find was. You really should just stop guessing. Okay, 2 taps south. Tap, tap. Next is number 114, which is in Prosciuttos. 1 tap on the door. You have to tap on the middle of the door. Don't tap too high or too low. Tap. And number 114 is the hanging meat. Tap. Okay, correct answer is C, I'm pretty sure, but I'm gonna double check this in the guide. I should have had the guide up a long time ago. Number 114. Yep, the correct answer is C. 1 tap, tap.
Well, here's my guess. Layton's apprentice saves the day!
One tap on prosciutto. Next puzzle is going to be number 12. Yeah, one tap on prosciutto. Tap. Is this going to become a video? Exclamation mark money. Pichu, you on the ball there. Thank you. Yeah, if it says VG Myths Live, then it is very, 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 very 99.999999999999999 billion nines all the way as far as the eye can see. That's the percentage that it's gonna be a VG Myths episode. One tap on the door. Tap. Thank God. Discounting Rockman 3. Well, here's the thing. Rockman 3 is going to be an episode. The only question is whether or not I've been good enough at video games yet for it to even happen.
Sir, hold it there.
Right behind you.
Why am I mashing A? Just by instinct, I just keep mashing A constantly. Fun fact, every time you press the A button, the movie advances by 1 frame. How do you define taps? It is as simple as it gets. You touch the touch screen, that's a tap. Very specifically, so that there's no like semantic shenanigans. You can't say, well, I touched the touch screen and I just released the pressure a little without technically letting go of the screen. So that means you can beat the whole game in 1 tap. No, it's when the game detects input, not the literal physical contact when the game detects the input. So it is as simple as it gets. So if, for example, you need to, like, draw a letter, like draw the letter M, you know, you go up and down, like that, that is done in 1 stroke, so it's still just 1 tap. But the letter T, like, if you cross the T, like, with a separate stroke, then that's 2 taps. A tap is a tap. You can't say it's only half. I mean, you could. You legitimately could. The only thing is that the way the game is designed, it does not accept your input until you let go of the stylus. So that it doesn't actually help you in any way. At least not that I've found. Alright, once we're in the parlor, we will talk to Gordon. Yep. 1 tap on Gordon. Tap. This is puzzle number 12. Getting to it a little late. Okay, 2 taps. Tap, tap.
There we go.
Yeah, that's a good example of, you know, like 1 stroke, because, even though you have to connect separate sections of that to, like, do the carving, like, it will just keep going with 1 stroke. Just play on emulator. If you play on emulator, then all you have to do is click the mouse instead of tapping the touchscreen. Oh. Okay, next is number 55 in the inn. So 2 taps south, and then 2 taps south again. Tap, tap. And 2 taps south. Tap, tap. And we'll be cutscened away into the inn. If your cat walks up and steps on the touchscreen, does that count as a tap? Only if they step on it heavy enough for the game to recognize the touchscreen input. But yeah, legally it would have to count. No matter what makes the touchscreen get the tap incremented, it's gonna count. Okay, so number 55 is from Beatrice. Tap. Answer is 1. 3 taps. Tap, tap, tap.
Luke, here's my answer. Critical thinking is the key to success.
Oh, golly gee! I'm not sure if I have a bed yet. I don't think I do. A chair is like a bed, except you get to stand while being asleep. Ooh, fancy. Chat, what will Luke's fate be? Okay, I guess that's Luke's fate. He does not get the chair. Thank you, Ouse, for giving me this chair. I'll put it on top of my bed. Tap. Okay, next is number 56. That'll be right outside. 2 taps south, tap, tap. 1 tap on station, tap. Answer is 2. Tap, tap, tap.
That should do it. Critical thinking is the key to success.
Next is 57, which is from Deke. Good morning, Josh. How's it going? Oh, golly gee! A desk! I can use the desk to play Yu-Gi-Oh! With myself. I can play Yu-Gi-Oh! Solitaire with a desk. I'm a child and I play Yu-Gi-Oh! No, thank you, chat. Now I shall play Yu-Gi-Oh! Tap. Okay, 2 taps north. Tap, tap. 1 tap on Deke. Tap. One tap on D. Tap.
There we go.
What is Yu-Gi-Oh! Solitaire? Well, of course, it's a version of Yu-Gi-Oh! You can play on your play by yourself. Oh, golly gee whiz! I forget who has the bookshelf. Was it me? Do I sleep on the bookshelf? Please don't give me the books, because they may or may not prevent me from sleeping on the bookshelf. Please, chat. Give Luke the books. Oh no! Now I'm legally obligated to put these books on my bookshelf. There goes my bed. Tap. I'm doing well. I'm excited for E3 tomorrow. I had a dream where Tails and Rayman got in Smash. Oh, so it's like an ice climber situation. Okay, next is Manor Road. Number 59 will be there from Marco. 2 taps east. Tap, tap. 1 tap on Marco. Tap. Okay, 2 taps. Tap, tap. I was actually worried for a second because I did not hit the input part of the beginning of A there. But luckily, if you don't hit the input area exactly, the game will just, if you drag over it afterwards, it will say, oh, that's where you're starting from. And it just gives it to you.
Every puzzle has an answer.
Okay, that was number 59. Next is number 60. That is from Claudia. 2 taps north. Tap, tap. Two taps north. Tap, tap. 1 tap on Claudia. Tap. This is a gorgeous game? Yeah. Really nice art style. 1 tap. Tap.
How does this sound?
How confident do you feel that this is the run? Everything is going to end at the Flora painting. I know it. Literal last input. That's where the run ends. Okay. Next is number 62. We've got a lot of movement before we actually get there, though. Jesus. Wow, that is a lot of input. Okay, it'll be Chelmy in the Manor Parlor. For now, I just gotta follow the all the prompts. So we just did the Claudia one. 1 tap to enter the manor. Tap. Two taps north. Tap, tap. Use an Omega stylus that covers the whole screen so you can't miss. Unfortunately, that isn't how touch screens work. Okay, so we're back at the foyer. 2 taps south. Tap, tap. Two taps south again. Tap, tap. 1 tap on Ramon. Tap. Chapter 5 will begin, and then we refuse to save. Don't play the 3D ones because they really ruined it with the 3D art style. It has no charm. I disagree. I think it actually translated pretty well. Though I will say I'm usually more of a fan of like the actual 2D art than the 3D representations. Okay, 1 tap. Alright, we're at the manor border. 2 taps north. Tap, tap. 1 tap to enter the manor. Tap. One tap on Matthew. Tap. Yeah, unfortunately, I think part of the reason they went with 3D models is just because it was like a thing on the 3DS. A lot of games felt obligated to have 3D models so that they could use the 3D more. Like a 2D game on the 3DS? Didn't read the name of the console now, did you? It's like when they had a VR mode for Street Fighter V or whatever, and somebody was like, "What? VR? For a fighting game? That's not a first-person shooter." Okay, 2 taps south. Tap, tap. Two taps south. Tap, tap. Two taps south. Tap, tap. Okay, 1 tap on Ingrid. Tap. Okay. 2 taps north. Tap, tap. One tap on Matthew. Tap. Two taps north. Tap, tap. 1 tap to enter the manor. Tap. Two taps north. Tap, tap. All right. 2 taps north. Tap, tap. One tap on the books. Tap. What is the most exciting thing to happen in this run? I got the cursive F. First friggin' try, baby. This isn't really a hype moments kind of run. What's the chat's favorite Pokemon? Eevee line. I'm too lazy to pick a specific one, so Eevee line. I'm going to assume I'm allowed to answer that question, even if I'm not chat. Okay, 2 taps south. Tap, tap. Finally back into solving puzzles. Doing number 62 for Chelmy. Tap. Two taps. Tap, tap. Bill is boss.
Go.
He sells oil.
Another puzzle solved.
Okay, next is number 34. Two taps south. Tap, tap. Just wanted to double check I wasn't supposed to talk to Talia. Two taps south. Tap, tap. One tap on Ingrid. Tap. I'm leaving. Good luck. Try not to suck. I'm attempting to. Thanks, Richard. Night nights. Thanks for joining. Two taps south. Tap, tap. Two taps south. Tap, tap. Two taps west. Tap, tap. Okay, number 34 is from Percy. Tap. This one is actually available earlier, but by waiting until this chapter to do this puzzle, he does not have plot dialogue beforehand that would take an extra tap. Pretty sure the answer is 5, but I'm going to double check. This one, for some reason, I always feel like double checking it, even though I'm pretty sure it's 5. Yep, answer is 5. So, 3 taps. Tap, tap, tap.
There we go. Critical thinking is the key to success.
My personal favorite Pokemon game is Gen 2. But I've only played the first 3 gens. Alternate ending. My personal favorite Pokemon game is Pokemon Pinball. But I've only played the first 3 gens. Okay, we just did 34. Next is 65. 65 is in the clock tower. Two taps north. Tap, tap. One tap on cat and mouse. Tap. What's E? E is 5. Tap, tap, tap.
That should do it. Critical thinking is the key to success.
Next is number 68. That'll be from Gerard. Okay, so 2 taps north. Tap, tap. One tap on Zapone. Tap. 2 taps northeast, because Gerard has story dialogue. Tap, tap. 1 tap on Gerard. Tap. Game Champ, have you completed 3,000 taps? I don't think so, but it's difficult to say with all the resets. It's like 100 taps per 4 resets. 1 tap on Gerard. Tap. Number 68. Checking the answer real quick. It's 12, yes. Tap, 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 tap.
Luke, here's my answer. Every puzzle has an answer.
Okay, next one is number 71. 2 taps south. Tap, tap. Two taps northwest. Tap, tap. Okay, we're automatically given a puzzle from Giuseppe here. And this is the only point in the entire game where we will be refusing to do a puzzle we have been given. Because this one takes 9 taps to solve, and it is optional. 2 taps to quit. Tap, tap. Then we, for whatever reason, talk to Giuseppe again. Tap. And gives us a completely different puzzle. Tap.
That should do it. Critical thinking is the key to success.
Oh boy, I can't wait to sleep inside the flower vase. Yes, chat. Will Luke sleep inside the flower vase? Or will I, Professor Layton, sleep inside the flower vase? Oh, wahoo, wahoo! They have chosen me! Tap! Okay, next one is number 108. That is in Archibald's house. 1 tap on crumpled paper. Tap. One tap on Archibald. Tap. He couldn't possibly let us through unless we've solved 50 puzzles. But yep, we got it. We did it. 58 puzzles. Believe it or not, there was actually a moment in the run where I was considering reaching this puzzle gate with 49 puzzles solved, and then 2 puzzles actually spawn in the area after you failed the check. But we end up passing by those later on the route anyway, so like, it is less taps to just have enough puzzles to get through the gate now. Like, that'd be much more complicated, and we'd be giving up puzzles along the way. And sacrificing a tap to fail the check in the first place, so, yeah. But it was something I was considering for one brief point in the routing. Okay, 1 tap on the bookcase. Tap. Two taps. Tap, tap.
Well, here's my guess. Layton's apprentice saves the day.
Alright, next is number 72. That'll be in the plaza from Percy. 1 tap on the desk, tap. One tap on the right drawer, tap. I do want to point out that this part of the whole thing, like this piece of paper, is kind of pointless. It doesn't really help them in the long run. It technically means something in the Golden Apple mystery, but it's something that you could very easily find on your own without the paper, and in fact is probably easier to just find on your own without the paper than bothering to even attempt to think about the paper. But hey, I'm not questioning the professor's logic. He very clearly has, you know, he hasn't solved 59 puzzles for nothing. Luke helped him too, but... Okay, 1 tap on the blue door. It has to be the center of the door, as always. Tap. It's right at the edge of the screen. That's scary. Whew. 2 taps south. Tap, tap. Two taps south. Tap, tap. One tap to enter the inn. Tap. One tap on Beatrice. Tap. I have a sudden and random desire to play Professor Layton in the Miracle Mask. Hells yeah. 2 taps to exit. Tap, tap. And we start in Chapter 6. I think I forgot to write to tap to refuse to save here, because I'm pretty sure that's always at the start of each chapter. Yep, I forgot. I'll write that down real quick. Okay, so 1 tap to refuse. Tap. Two taps north. Tap. One tap on Percy. Tap. Night Nights, Zero Starist. Thanks for joining. Hope you enjoy your game. Two taps to understand what a silent letter is. Tap, tap.
How does this sound?
Next is number 74.
Professor, I've solved it.
Oh, golly gee whiz, it's me, Professor Layton. I don't have any books. I have books! Hooray! So many twists and turns in this Layton and Luke plot line we got going here. I'm really glad that we could create this cinematic fan fiction experience. Two taps north. Tap, tap. Two taps north. Tap, tap. Two taps northwest. Tap, tap. These are the two puzzles I was mentioning earlier. Agnes spawns in after you fail the check for the 50 puzzle gate. Or you could just meet her here. Tap. One tap. Tap.
That should do it.
Next is 75, also from Agnes.
Every puzzle has an answer.
So what's everyone doing while they watch the stream? Oh, I'm actually doing a Professor Layton in the Curious Village challenge run. It's taken me a few attempts so far, but I'm doing the best I've ever done. One tap on Agnes. Tap. Pretty sure the answer is 4. I'm gonna double check. Yes, the answer is 4. 3 taps. Tap, tap, tap.
That should do it. Another puzzle solved.
Ooh, playing Breath of the Wild. That's always a good choice. Oh, gee! If I don't have knowledge of the world from learning locations, I won't be making progress on my school homework. My life depends on this. Oh no, chat. What have you done? Now I instead will learn about the world. Mwahahaha. Tap. Next is number 117. 2 taps north. Tap, tap. Two taps north. Tap, tap. We tap on the rightmost window for 117. Tap. Pretty sure the answer is 1. Gonna double check. Yep, 1. 3 taps. Tap, tap, tap.
Well, here's my guess. I did it! Yes!
Okay, next is number 102, which is from Martha. Tap. Answer is 20. But I'm gonna double check. Yep. 4 taps. Tap, 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 tap.
Luke, here's my answer.
Morning, Travis. I'm doing good. 494 taps into an 812 tap run. Shouldn't Luke be a school or his parents? I think Luke is an orphan. Luke is not an orphan. It is actually established in the Last Spectre is the first of the prequel trilogy, and in that game you see how Layton met or how Luke met Layton. You don't see how Layton met Luke, actually. Layton didn't know that Luke existed for another couple games. But yeah, no. Luke he goes to study under Layton to become a puzzle-solving master. His parents are still around, or at least one of his parents. I don't even friggin' remember. Okay, 2 taps north. Tap, tap. Long cutscene.
What?
And who might you be?
Well, I'd rather not say. Huh?
Why would a stranger not want to tell me their name?
We seek access to the tower.
How many murders have you committed recently?
You could help us, miss.
The tower? Huh?
Oh, wait!
Okay. Oh, I need to highlight the next one. We already did 102. That was from Martha. Okay, next is number 76. It's from Polly at Park Road. Okay, so 2 taps south. Tap, tap. 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 Two taps south. Tap, tap. Two taps south. Tap, tap. Okay. Plaza. 2 taps west. Tap, tap. Okay, we're at the Park Road. 1 tap on Polly. Tap. Okay, the answer for this one is definitely 20, but I'm double checking. Basically, in the second half of the game, I'm just going to keep double checking a lot of these, because, you know, do got a lot riding. Yep, it's 20. 4 taps. Tap, 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 tap.
There we go.
Next is
Critical thinking
77
the
from
key to
Adria.
success.
Sorry if you've already answered, but where do you come up with some of these challenge runs? This one was suggested by Yuke. Wace? I'm not sure how it's supposed to be pronounced. Yeah, but Yuke, somebody named Yuke, who is a regular viewer. They suggested it in the Discord, sort of as a joke, I'm pretty sure. But like we were talking about Layton. What could you even do for Professor Layton? Minimum tap. It's like. Well, actually, minimum tap does sound like a thing. So then we did it. It is so stupid, but it is stupid in the best way. Oh, wait, so, I didn't tap on Adria yet, right? I did not. Tap. This one's an easy one. Which one gives more money? The one that gives you less money. Tap.
That should do it. Every puzzle has an answer.
Okay, houseplants. Oh gee, a houseplant! That provides me with oxygen! I need to breathe oxygen to fall asleep! Mwahaha, all the oxygen is now mine. With this oxygen, I will breathe. Tap. Okay. Next is number 73. That's a little ways down. It'll be from Rodney in the town hall. 2 taps north. Tap, tap. One tap on the gate. Tap. One tap to refuse to save. Tap. 2 taps south. Tap, tap. Two taps east. Tap, tap. One tap on the town hall door. That's the one on the blue one on the right side. Tap. Okay, one tap on Rodney for plot dialogue. Tap. Did I remember to press the tap increment? Did anybody see the tap counter increment when I tapped on Rodney? Now I'm second guessing myself again. Technabbit. Did I actually press the increment, or did I just tap on him on the screen? Did anybody notice? Check the clip. Does it? Please, if anybody noticed, then that'd settle this right away. I didn't hear it. Okay. I'll check. Stop recording. It's not a big deal because one on the right side. Okay, one tap on Rodney for plot dialogue. Yep, I did it. Yep, it went from 527 to 528. Did I remember to press... Okay, now another tap on Rodney. Don't forget this one. For the puzzle number 73. Tap. This is the 1-5 tap that we do in the entire game. Sort of. It's 4 taps plus 1 furniture. Believe the answer is 11. Yep, 11. So 4 taps. Tap, 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 tap.
Luke, here's my answer.
Oop, I forgot to record again. Every time.
Puzzle has an answer.
Oh boy, a gramophone! I can put my head inside it! That's what a pillow is! Please, chat, don't give Luke the gramophone. Oh, thank God. That could have turned out very poorly. Tap. One tap to exit. Gotta be the center of the door. Tap. Oh, and also next puzzle is number 86. It's a required one. 2 taps to head west. Tap, tap. Two taps, quote-unquote, south. I wrote it as south for some reason. Tap, tap. One tap on Payville. Tap. I was gonna resume one of my old Professor Layton saves, but it has my dead name. Aw, I'm sorry. Good luck on the new save! Okay, yeah. 86, that is from Sylvain. He will give it to us. It's like a required plot one. So, 2 taps east. Tap, tap. One tap on Sylvain. Tap. The answer is definitely 4. But I'm double checking. Yep, it's 4. Tap, tap, tap.
That should do it. Critical thinking is the key to success.
Okay, next puzzle is number 115. And we're automatically transported to Park Gate here. Two taps north. Tap, tap. One tap on the left board. Tap. Two taps north. Tap, tap. Right window of the drink stand. Tap. Two taps. Tap, tap.
How does this sound? Layton's apprentice saves the day.
Next is number 87. That is the Ferris wheel. Two taps east. Tap, tap. Okay, we need to tap on the center of the Ferris wheel. Very important that it's the center. Okay, tap. The answer, I'm just looking it up, 42. Wow, game champ! I'm Luke for some reason. I can't believe you figured out the answer before you even saw the puzzle. You're really good at this critical thinking. Four taps. Tap, 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 tap.
I think I've got it. Layton's apprentice saves the day.
Okay, next is number 89. Two taps east. 2 taps west. Tap, tap. Yeah, don't worry about it, Ufinator. Just thank you for even considering.
What on earth?
Professor!
Get away, Luke! Run! That's preposterous!
I just love the realization that a Ferris wheel wants to actively kill you. I thought we came here to have fun!
Blast.
Two taps to go under the shack. Tap, tap. Then the stone tablet is number 89. This one is another highlight one, so hoping that it gets recognized. Tap. Two taps. Tap, tap.
There we go.
Thank God! No more highlighting puzzles for the rest of the game.
Has an answer.
Professor! I found a teapot! On the wall! I'm not sure how that works! Don't worry, my dear boy. I'll take this very perplexing teapot. It is clearly a fourth-dimensional object. Tap. Okay, next is number 90. It is also required. It's on the door next. Two taps west. Tap, tap. One tap on door. Tap. Say hello! This one's solvable in only 14 moves, so it's not that bad. But, yeah, I'm looking up a guide. This is puzzle number 90. Okay, so it's 14 taps. I just want to double check and make sure that this guide actually does finish it in 14. Yep. The last move, the last screenshot it shows is it's at 13 moves, and it's you know, just moving the ball to the hole will be the 14th. Okay, so move the bottom blue block to the right. Tap. Move the bottom purple block right and down. Tap. Move the bottom blue block to the left. Tap. Move the right purple block down and right. Tap. Move the top blue block to the left. Oh, that's right. This one does it in a weird order. Tap. Move the right green block down. Tap. Move the top purple block to the very far right. Tap. Move the yellow block up and right. Tap. Move the orb all the way down. Tap. Move the left purple block right and all the way up. Tap. Move the left green block up. Tap. Move the bottom blue block to the left. Tap. Purple block up. Tap. Red block in the hole. Tap.
Luke, here's my answer.
This is the first stream I've been to of this challenge. And it came out of context and just tap, tap, tap. This is a very tap-heavy part of the game. Yeah, you're actually near the end of the interesting stuff, because we're about to reach 75 puzzles solved, which is the final gate, and everything else after that is just required puzzles. Okay. So we're in the underground path. We tapped on the door once. 2 taps to head north. Oh, I should also note, next puzzle is number 91. So 2 taps to head north. Tap, tap. Morning, Amestrix. Okay, 1 tap on the back wall pictures. Tap. If you do not tap on these in Advanced Chapter, then the puzzle we need to do in this area will not spawn. So very important to do that in the correct order. This is my first stream. Good morning, the Shadow Flame Phoenix. Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, we're getting real close to the end of the run, and we are on the minimum. We have not done any mistaps so far. So, getting stressful. What system is this on? The game was made for the DS, but I'm playing it on a new 3DS. Okay, so 1 tap on the picture on the right wall. It's actually just the same Flora poster from earlier, but who's counting? Tap. Okay, the correct answer is definitely B, but I'm double checking. One tap, tap.
There we go.
Good morning, Super Bible Man. I'm doing good. Hope you're doing good.
Another puzzle solved.
Oh golly gee whiz, I don't have a teapot. Maybe with this teacup I can tap it on the wall to let Layton know my disgust with him. Oh hooray! Tap! Two taps south. Tap, tap. Oh, and next puzzle is 116. Two taps east. Tap, tap. Two taps to exit. Tap, tap. Two taps south. Tap, tap. Okay, this is puzzle 116. One tap on the garbage. The left garbage bag. Tap. The correct answer is definitely 51, but I'm double checking. Yep, it's 51. 4 taps. Tap, 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 tap.
How does this sound? Layton's apprentice saves the day!
Okay. Final puzzle is going to be number 105 from Martha. So we're just making a straight zoom to finish the game now. I mean, technically almost. One side route to get to Martha, which she's on the main route. Okay, so 2 taps west. Tap, tap. Two taps south. Tap, tap. Two taps south. Tap, tap. And Chapter 8 begins. Isn't you drawing a tap? Yep. Yeah, we are counting every stroke as one tap. That is correct. Tap. Okay, 2 taps to head east. Tap, tap. 2 taps south. Tap, tap. One tap to enter the inn. Tap. One tap on Beatrice. Tap. Have you done this run all in one sitting? We're trying to. We can't not. Technically, I could close the DS and we wouldn't increment the tap counter by pausing that way, but we can't save the game. Saving the game actually costs more taps than refusing to save. And loading the game costs taps too. Can't forget that. Okay, 2 taps to exit. Tap, tap. 2 taps north. Tap, tap. 2 taps east. Tap, tap. You know, if you're gonna just go ahead and put your name on screen, you could have just told us that your name was question mark earlier. Would have cleared up a lot of confusion. 2 taps north. Tap, tap. Two taps north. Tap, tap. One tap to enter the manor. Tap. Okay, 2 taps north. Tap, tap. I just want to say you're a super awesome person. I have been watching you since Hyrule Myth started, and your videos always cheer me up. Aw, thank you, Woomy. I'm glad you have been cheered up. I hope you get I hope you continue to be cheery in the future.
No, Inspector, it has quite a bit to do with you.
Meaning?
Isn't it obvious? If there is any criminal element involved in this case, then it is you, sir.
What? That's absurd.
Hey!
Hey, that's a reference to the professor attorney.
What? Utter rubbish! You'll need more than some death charge to save your hide.
One tap on sweet potato fritters. Tap. I don't know if I'm late or not. You were here at a good time because we might be finally finishing the minimum tap run. Ugh, no mistaps so far. Every time I say that, it gets jinxed even more. One tap on Claudia. Tap. I do want to say that it's kind of silly that Chelmy here gets tripped up by like his wife's name being Amelie, not Amy, and he doesn't like bat an eye at that. And then like, it's like, aha! I have got you, sir. You cannot be Chelmy, because why would Chelmy call his wife Amy instead of Amelie? But like, it's totally believable that like Amy could be a you know, like a nickname for Amelie. Like it just makes sense. Like, come on. You could have just called her like Martha, something totally out there, and it would have been a lot more believable. Like, very clear that that's not his wife's name. Heck, he doesn't even have to call her Amy as a nickname. He could just be like, oh, I misheard you. You said Amy, and I just heard it as Amelie. I'm so used to her name being Amelie. There's such similar names, Amy and Amelie. And then that's it. The truth would have faded into darkness. Alright, we are now in the Manor Parlor. Lotta walking. 2 tap south. Tap, tap. 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 2 taps west. Tap, tap. 2 taps north. Tap, tap. 2 taps north. Tap, tap. 2 taps northwest. Tap, tap. Two taps north. Tap, tap. Two taps north. Tap, tap. One tap on Martha for the final puzzle before the final gate. Tap. It's amazing how much walking around increments that counter. The answer is 6. Tap, tap, tap.
Luke, here's my answer. Another puzzle solved.
Are you using saves? We're totally allowed to use saves. It would just be a very bad idea because it uses more taps. Two taps north. Tap, tap. This is the end, right? There's like 7 or 8 final puzzles. Like they're all required in a row. And one of them is a really big sliding block puzzle. In fact, 2 of them are, I think. One tap to refuse to save. Tap. Alright, we're at the dead end. 2 taps north. Tap, tap. One tap on the door. Tap. Okay, 2 taps up the stairs. Tap, tap. Yeah, we don't count any of the attempts that didn't make it past an RNG puzzle at the very beginning. But the ones that did make it past, I think this is attempt number 5. I'm honestly not 100% certain. But it seems about right. Imagine failing at the apple. It would be devastating. Yep, and unfortunately, it's a very precise placement. And the placement is incorrect. It is not in the same place as on Flora herself in the cutscene, or where it is on the painting of Flora in the cutscene immediately after you press on it correctly. It's very, very dumb. Okay, tower floor number 1. 1 tap on the left gate. Tap. Puzzle number 94 takes 21 taps. It's a slide and block puzzle. Okay, just double checking and making sure that this does have the minimum here. Yep. The last thing that it shows is at 20 total moves. 21st will be moving the ball into the hole. Okay, so move the left purple block down. Tap. Move the next purple block left. Tap. Move the bottom purple block, bottom blue block left. Bottom blue block left. Tap. Move the right green block down. Tap. Move the right purple block down. Tap. Move the top purple block right and down. Tap. Move the top blue block right. Tap. Move the orb down and right. Tap. Move the left green block up. Tap. Move the yellow block left. Tap. Move the top purple block left and down. Tap. Move the top blue block down. Tap. Move the orb right and up. Tap. Move the top blue block up and left. Tap. Move the orb down and left. Tap. Move the right purple block all the way up. Tap. Move the orb right and down. Tap. Move the second to right purple block up, just by one. Tap. Move the orb left. Tap. Move the right green block all the way up. Tap. And move the ball in the hole. Tap.
Luke, here's my answer.
Ooh.
Every puzzle has an answer.
Okay. 2 taps to head up the stairs. Tap, tap. One tap on the question mark. Tap. Okay, I did write down the answer here, but I'm going to look it up on the website. That's a lot safer. Okay. 294-753-68. 618. Okay, so 94. So let's just do tap. Tap. Okay, 753. Tap. 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 618. Tap. Tap. Tap.
I think I've got it. Professor, I've solved it.
Whew. 2 taps up the stairs. Tap, tap. One tap on Pavio. Tap. Answer is 64. Tap, 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 tap.
Luke, here's my answer. Critical thinking is the key to success.
Two taps up the stairs. Tap, tap. One tap on the question block. Tap. Oh, here we go. Another sliding block. This one's 40 friggin' taps. Get yourselves ready for a lot of reading the answer. Yep, the solution they give does indeed take 40 moves. So we good. Oh god, Millie... It's a good thing I looked behind me. I was gonna push in the chair, but Millie is, like, right at the chair's wheels. Okay. Move the top green block to the right of the purple block right. That is a very weird way to write that. But... Tap. Move the green block to the right of the purple block right. Tap. Move the purple block right. Tap. Move the bottom left green block up. Tap. Move the green block under the purple block left and up. Tap. Move the bottom blue block right. Tap. Move the red block down. Tap. Move the top green block to the left of the purple block left. Tap. Move the green block to the right of the red block up and left. Move the green block to the right of the red block up and left. Tap. Move the green block to the right of the top blue block down 1 space. Tap. Move the green block above the purple block left. Tap. Move the purple block up. Tap. Move the bottom blue block up. The bottom right green block left 1 space. Tap. Green block to the right of the bottom blue block down. Tap. The bottom blue block right. Tap. Move the red block right. Move the leftmost green block down. Tap. Move the left green block above the red block, left and down. Tap. Move the left blue block down. Tap. Move the top green block to the left of the purple block left. Tap. Move green block above the red block up and left. Tap. Move the purple block left. Tap. Move the green block above the right blue block, left and up. Tap. Move the right blue block up. Tap. Move the green block to the right of the red block, up and right. Tap. Move the red block right. Tap. Move the green block below the left blue block, right and down. Tap. Move the left blue block down. Tap. Move the green block to the left of the purple block, down and left. Tap. Move the purple block left. Tap. Move the left green block above the right blue block, left and down. Tap. Move the top green block left. Tap. Move the right blue block up. Tap. Move the green block above the red block, right. Tap. Red block up. Tap. Bottom right green block left. Tap. Bottom green block to the right of the red block, down and left. Tap. Green block down. Tap. And red block out. Tap.
There we go.
Oh.
Another puzzle solved.
That is a bit stressful, especially, like, if you want to move a block, like, not to an edge, just, like, in the middle. It's worrying that, like, I could shake my hands because I'm nervous and to, like, make it move back when I let go or too far. Okay. So this is tower floor 4. 2 taps up the stairs. Tap, tap. One tap on Martha. Tap. That is, Diamond, Joker, Heart, Club, Spade. So that's, Diamond, Joker, Heart, Club, Spade. Submit.
Luke, here's my answer. Every puzzle has an answer.
Two taps up. Tap, tap. Alright, floor 6. One tap on the question mark. Tap. What do you think the video for this is going to look like? I'm just going to explain, like, all of my decision-making step by step. I think it's going to be a pretty simple one to script out. There's not a lot of... I don't think there's going to be a lot of creative decisions I have to make. Let's put it that way. It's all like it's a whole logical puzzle. I explained the logical puzzle. Get ready for the most boring episode of VG Myth seen yet. What? Where's the answer? This one doesn't show a picture of the answer. I'm going to the other guide. Number 99. I need a picture. What, you think I'm gonna read? You think I'm gonna read the numbers? I need a picture of the numbers. Okay, 41268. 4 1 2 6 8 7935 7 9 3 5 Submit.
Luke, here's my answer. Every puzzle has an answer.
Okay. Now this one is very important. We only need one tap to enter because the question mark is legally a door. So one tap on question mark. Tap. One tap on the question block in floor 7. Tap. I just realized the answer to this puzzle is weirdly close to my phone number. That's weirdly close to doxing yourself. Careful. Okay, this one, definitely gonna need a picture. Oh, thank you very much for the subscription, Thrux Hearts. Capcom E3 starts in 33 minutes. Wow, just in time. Alright, so, it is one tap for every single line that we draw. We're not allowed to continue in one continuous go. We have to stop at every line. So 4 taps for the first square. Tap, 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 tap. Okay, there's a straight diagonal one in the bottom left. Tap, 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 tap. There's another straight diagonal one in the top right. Tap, 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 tap. The rest are a little bit complicated, so I'm going to do line by line for those. Oh, actually, there's another straight diagonal one. That'll make this easier to narrow things down. So it's to the top right of the bottom one. Yeah. So tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. Okay, so now I'm gonna go one by one. Tap. And then it's the center one on the right side connects to this one. Tap. 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 Whew. I see him. For a second I was worried. I was like, oh my god, did I mess up? I wasn't seeing the squares. I see them, I see them. They're here. We're fine. Oh my god. Okay, I'll do this next one first, because it looks like the easier one between the two. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. And final tap to submit. Tap. I will be right back!
Luke, here's my answer.
What's that noise? Yeah, I'm gonna do a bathroom break too, so it's gonna be a few minutes. Then we'll do the finale. Okay. I am back. Here we friggin' go. Oh, thank you, Attempted Wholesomeness, for the subscription. I feel like you must have done that when I was gone. But thank you. Okay. We are there. We are at the end. 2 taps up the stairs. Tap, tap. Two taps up the stairs. Tap, tap. It'll be asking us to save. 1 tap to refuse. Tap. One tap on the house. Tap. One tap to continue into the house. Tap. Looks like we were right. It was 811. I was mistaken before. The minimum is, in fact, 811 taps, because we have 1 tap left in the entire game. A lot of cutscenes before we get there, though.
It's you.
Good morning, GN Wildcat.
I can't believe it's question mark, question mark, question mark. Oh my god! And question mark, question mark, question mark doesn't need glasses!
What's this? What's going on here?
My boy, what you see here is the golden apple herself.
She's got contacts? Why were you wearing contacts under your glasses? Is that a thing people do? Legitimately, I'm not sure. Is that a thing people do?
Here I come.
What is this? Something Dr. Eggman has made? My name is Dr. Paolo, the world's greatest scientist, and soon to be the world's greatest puzzle solver. It is a thing that occasionally people do with shaded, non-corrective sunglasses. That's not what I meant. But yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely putting shades on. But you know, that's not what I meant.
Luke, go ahead without us. I have an idea. We're fine. Go on.
Right.
It's all right, dear. This way.
Why is Layton's voice making me laugh so much? Because they replaced Professor Layton's original voice actor, me. The game champ Layton was so much better. all this epic confrontation, and all I can think of is the golden apple. I guess it was Layton who murdered Simon after all. No way he survived that fall.
One day, I will have my revenge on you! Hold tight.
But yeah, I hope you took a careful look at the golden apple in that cutscene, because that's not where it is. I legit remember, like, looking up topics on GameFAQs, and people were like, where's the golden apple? I can't find it. I'm clicking where the golden apple was in the cutscene, and it's not there. Okay, here we go. Here we fring go. Last input. Woohoo! Okay, so I did this in emulator. I trained for this. It is sort of at the intersection where the middle of her shoulder and the line from her neck, the middle of her exposed part of shoulder and the line from her neck meet. It's sort of around there-ish. Let's see if it works! Tap! Yeah! Oh my god! That's it! That's it! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah! Okay, we done! I do not have to play any more Professor Layton in the Curious Village! Oh, I'm gonna spend the rest of my day playing Ryuga Gotoku 1! Nice and relaxing. So what is next? Well, first I've got to mash the A button a lot. It's not the run is not technically officially done until I reach the end credits. But, like, this is a portable game, so not much risk of a power outage. Basically, the only way this run is failing is if I headbutt the Nintendo 3DS right now. No. I choose not to do that. Yeah, it's a real shame that it took me this many attempts instead of the first one, because I think there were some pretty funny jokes in the first one. So if anybody's watching the archive, stop watching this one right now, because it's lame and boring. The first one was hilarious. Layton was like, "Oh, geez, Flora, I'm an asshole. Mwahaha." And Flora was like, I don't know a Flora voice. I don't think I ever did a Flora voice. Hello, I'm Flora. I'm not an asshole. Mwahaha. Do you think you'll do any other Professor Layton games? As long as the video gets decent enough views, I am definitely going on the Diabolical Box. I love this run a lot. I try not to do 2 games in the same series in a row, so I'll be doing another video in between, but Diabolical Box may very well be 2 episodes from now. I think we've technically won now. I think it's just this cutscene attached to the end credits, which I think legally counts, as long as this cutscene plays.
No, Luke. Saint Master's secret must stay between us.
Huh? Why do you say that?
I was gonna tell everybody, especially my pen pal G.
That wouldn't be right.
Of course. Always thinking of others.
Well, one must always put a lady's needs first. That's what a gentleman does.
That's misogyny, Layton. I'm not gonna listen to that. I'm telling all the newspapers.
I'm not sure if somebody was knocking on my door or what. Be right back, maybe? Yeah, no, they're just doing carpet stuff outside.
Must have solved a puzzle recently. Got a new carpet.
Wow. We're done. I was worried if I didn't get this one, I may have just very well quit, so really good it happened. Hey YouTube, listen here. Make sure you do whatever Game Champ says in the end credits of the video. I mean, end credits of the video, well, there's the Patreon, and I go, special thanks. And then I go, let me know how much this video sucks and how to improve in the comments below. And every time, instead of letting me know how to improve, they just say how the video sucks. Which, like, come on, you gotta do both. It doesn't help if you only do one. Like, I know it sucks. That's, like, loaded into the question. Just telling me it sucks doesn't help. Don't forget to get out of the house. That is true. Make sure you get out of the house. Drink your water? I actually just finished my water. I'm going to be drinking some once the stream ends.
Oh, hi, Millie. Millie.
I wasn't able to pick you up this entire time because I was worried that you would step on the Nintendo DS Entertainment System. Here we go. Careful, careful, careful. There you go.
There you go, Millie. Listen to that.
It's the Layton theme. You can't hear it, but the Layton theme's playing.
Hey there, Millie. How you doing? You doing good? Is that a good kitty? How are you?
Oh, are you okay? Oh, I guess you didn't want to be in my lap.
Oh, wow. That's a good Millie.
Did I join the stream a bit late? You got here just in time. Wonder who Flora is trying to murder. I bet that's the plot of the sequel. In the sequel, there's a murder and somebody was poisoned, and everybody just forgets by the end of the game. It's never addressed. It's just a little thing you have to have played the first game, and you put the dots together and realize that Flora was the murderer all along. So yeah. Oh yeah, Capcom stream starting soon. I guess I'll probably have that going in the background. I'm not going to be paying direct attention to it, but I'll put it in the background. And then I'll play Yakuza. I do have to clean up a little bit first. Oh. I was going to say I was going to clean up the cat boxes, but Billy is using the cat box right now. So I'll wait till that dries. Do you like Rockman Zero? Love Rockman Zero. I've never actually played the whole series, and I never 100%ed any of the games, so that'll be something to look forward to after I catch up with the X series. I want to replay all the X games first. Oh my god, I can't wait to route out Diabolical Box. I can definitely wait to actually do Diabolical Box, but I can't wait to route it. Alright, now the counter is officially frozen at 811. We succeeded. We have established that those are the rules. It's done. We are allowed to save without incrementing the counter. We're totally safe now. And yeah. So G was our very first attempt where we just sort of went all the way through to the end. And Mom, of course, is Mom.
Hi, Millie.
Bam. I think we actually sped run a bit faster. I wasn't paying close attention, but I think that we did it about 5 minutes faster. It looked like. That's it. Professor Layton in the Curious Village. Minimum tapped. 811. Pretty sure that is the minimum taps. Whew. Any bonuses? We're not doing them. Wow. Okay, I'm stopping the recording now. So yeah, I'll get started on working on that video. I presume it's only going to be about a 10 to 20 minute video. Probably not a super long one. Like, there's not really that many really big things to talk about in the run. So, yeah, it's definitely going to come out by the end of June. I cannot foresee myself not finishing it by the end of June. So, expect it sometime before the end of June. Yeah. In the meantime, I might stream, like, some other stuff for fun. Not sure entirely what. Oh, I have not... I was in the middle of doing the Elite Beat Agents retro achievement set. I haven't finished that because I was planning on streaming the hardest difficulty on that. So that might be coming sometime. No, I don't have Rebecca's she has a whatchamacall, a drawing tablet. I don't have that to use, and I need that to play Elite Beat Agents. But I'll probably be streaming something for fun at some point. Eventually. Maybe. We'll see. That's it. That's the end of the stream. Thank you very much for keeping me company on this very long journey. Probably would not have done the full thing all in one flawless go if I did not have people keeping me company during it. So, thank you. This has been an experience. Give your best regards to Luke. Luke had an experience. I hope he enjoys that flower vase. Night-night's heart emojis. 500 heart emojis. Wait a second. Wait, I'm gonna check if I can do a raid. I should do that. Yeah, before I actually go. Whoosh. Oh, it's close. I'm gonna check if anybody I'm following is doing anything. Okay, nobody with low view counts. You know, I'm just gonna check. Layton. Oh my god. So there are no Professor Layton streaming right now, but there is a stream going on called Layton Sports Cards. I'm not gonna raid Layton Sports Cards because I think that would probably be rude, but if anybody's interested in watching Layton Sports Cards, it's out there for you. Let's see, what's another game? Ooh, this is an interesting one. Okay, I'm gonna raid this person. They're playing a game that is, I think, pretty rare to see being stremmed. Okay, the raid message is, hashtag, ooh, what's a good hashtag? I think there's only one. Hashtag every puzzle has an answer. Let's go. Whoops! Oh no! I accidentally incremented the counter with a Control-V press! What have I done? The run is retroactively a failure! Okay, night-nights, everybody!